Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Monster World, starting with a character binding system. Part 1. Parallel Pokemon World. China. Shuimu City. On the empty, deserted streets, the ornamental trees swayed precariously in the wind, and the continuous raindrops almost formed solid lines. This was the kind of weather where even Pidgey couriers wouldn't want to work. A handsome, slender youth ran back through the wind and rain, grumbling, "That's weird, the weather forecast didn't say it would rain today." Lin Yu hadn't expected that he would run into a heavy downpour while out to choose his first Pokemon. The grass and bug-type Pokemon house was already closed. Helpless, he could only run back home. However, his heart was filled with emotion. It had been 15 years since he transmigrated. Yesterday, he finally heard that ding. He believed that no transmigrator could resist the temptation of a ding. But the activation of this system had a condition: he had to become partners with a Pokemon. So, today, upon turning 15, he immediately prepared to purchase his first Pokemon. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. If it didn't work out, then so be it. I'll come back tomorrow. After a mumble, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward a nearby mansion with a courtyard. A house near the city center was undoubtedly a place to take shelter from the rain. The main issue was his thin skin, otherwise, he really would have shamelessly gone inside to hide from the rain. Click. The iron gate opened. Lin Yu was delighted and hurriedly shifted his gaze toward the source of the sound. I won't have to get soaked anymore. But what happened next caused his already furrowed brows to knit even tighter in the wind and rain. His blood began to boil with indignation. I've never seen such a pathetic Charmander. It's been trying to learn Ember for over 10 days and still hasn't got it. Useless. In his line of sight, a Charmander was heartlessly kicked out of the gate, accompanied by curses. It's been a month since you hatched, and you only know Scratch. What? Scratch, scratch, scratch. Are you going to win a battle just by scratching the opponent? You worthless thing. As if still unsatisfied, he gave it a vicious kick. Trash. Luckily, I hadn't made you my first Pokemon yet. Go find somewhere to die. With that, the man in the black raincoat turned and left. Charmander didn't understand why its master was treating it like this. It had clearly been very obedient and had trained very hard. Yet, it was still constantly looked down upon and called useless on a daily basis. Now he even intended to abandon it. A mournful cry escaped its mouth. It scratched at the gate with its claws, only able to watch as its master walked further and further away. Hey, hey, hey. You in the dark outfit. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't point at yourself. Impressive, brother. Verbally abusing, physically assaulting, and abandoning a Pokemon in public, according to the Pokemon law, that's a minimum of 3 years, with no upper limit. The man in the raincoat was startled. He seemingly hadn't expected anyone to be outside in such heavy rain. None of your business. I haven't registered its information with the league yet. Scram. Under the curtain of rain, the man's tone was exceptionally vicious. Furthermore, after speaking, he left without looking back. Lin Yu gripped his phone and cursed under his breath. Ultimately, he let out a powerless sigh. Lin Yu had no way to stop the man's actions because, in this life, he was just an orphan. How similar this scene was. A flickering flame in the wind and rain. Actually, regardless of whether the information was registered, this Charmander's trainer had already broken the law. However, a family that could casually discard a Charmander was not one he could afford to provoke. He had only said those words because the other party looked young, intending to scare him. The other person was about the same age as him. Lin Yu shook his head, clearing the stray thoughts from his mind. He crouched down, looked at the despondent Charmander, and gently reached out to pet it. Hey, little guy. Since your master doesn't want you anymore, why don't you come with me? Whoosh, whoosh tilde. The sound of the wind whistled past. Lin Yu's smile came to an abrupt halt. An illusory, LCD-like interface appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for establishing a weak bond with a Pokemon. The trainer entry system has been activated. Entry system can provide the host with various entries and items related to Pokemon. The host can purchase them at extremely low prices. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie reward. Newbie gift box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry, Eye of Investigation. It possesses the ability to present any object in a digitized format. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system space. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the entry store. Note: the newbie gift box has a very high probability of generating a golden legendary entry. Would the host like to open the newbie gift box? The moment his hand touched the Pokemon, mechanical voices resonated from the depths of his heart. Accompanying them was an illusory golden gift box. Lin Yu immediately realized that his gold finger had arrived. He was instantly overjoyed. So, the system could be activated just by establishing a weak bond with a Pokemon. At the same time, as he looked down at the Charmander, a torrent of data flashed through his eyes. Pokemon. Charmander, weakened. Ability. Solar power. Gender. Male. Potential. Common, elite. Level. 4. Skills. Scratch. Description. Originally possessing elite level potential, its eggshell was damaged during transportation, causing its potential to drop. It is extremely touched to see someone speak up for it for the first time. Is this a built-in function of the system? To think I can see so much information. One must know that it has only been about 200 years since the Pokemon Secret Realm descended upon Blue Star, and many things are still not well understood. This undoubtedly provided Lin Yu with a great deal of informational helping hand. If just a built-in function is this useful, Lin Yu was even more curious about the entries to come. But the wind and rain were getting even heavier now. The flame on Charmander's tail was starting to grow dim. I have to take it back first. Awoo. Charmander's species was usually proud, but now it looked at Lin Yu like an abandoned puppy. Its deep blue eyes flickered slightly. As if asking, are you willing to take me home? Seeing this made Lin Yu's heart melt. Elite level potential dropping to common potential, and then being abandoned. In a novel, wouldn't this be the perfect protagonist template? In that case, he would be its old Yao. Thinking this, he felt a surge of heroic spirit. He declared, let's go home. We're going home. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Don't look down on a youth for being poor. I swear I will use my abilities to lead you to the champion's throne. And then, we'll give him a satisfying slap in the face. As a web novel writer in his previous life, Lin Yu's mind had already automatically outlined a Xuanwan novel. Crack. A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the dark sky, as if trying to illuminate the entire heavens. Charmander was obedient too. It seemed as though it had never been held in a warm embrace since birth. It snuggled docilely in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. I didn't expect this. I originally just wanted to find a Caterpie as my first Pokemon, but meeting you is truly lucky. On this night of thunder and rain, Lin Yu silently made a grand vow in his heart. He would definitely train this Charmander into an existence like Red's Charizard, or even one that surpassed it. My name is Lin Yu. I never expected that I would finally have my first Pokemon. And it was even one of the starters, a Charmander. That's right, this is a world where Pokemon and reality have merged. Over 200 years ago, the first secret realm descended upon this planet. From these secret realms, all sorts of miraculous creatures appeared. Breathing fire, summoning lightning, controlling water. They were nearly omnipotent. At first, humans, driven by certain desires, wanted to use force to forcibly control these Pokemon. But what followed was war. Soon, humans discovered that although these creatures were simple-minded, they were not stupid. After many attempts, the Wagwo chose to receive them with tolerance. Thus, the profession of trainer, accompanied by Pokemon, emerged. But with only 200 years of integration, there were still many small frictions in between. For example, this abandoned Charmander. After wiping its wet body clean, Lin Yu draped a towel over it and then focused his attention on the system. Ding! Entry system at your service. This system will refresh entries every day, every week, every month, every quarter, every half year, and every year. The quality of entries is divided into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, each corresponding to the highest probability of appearing during the aforementioned periods. Note: daily entries also have a chance to refresh into a golden entry. Entry store. Unwanted entries can be decomposed into entry coins, which can then be used for purchases inside. Today's entry store. 1 Pokeball, 1 entry coin. 10 servings of premium Pokemon food, 5 entry coins. Small font note, 5 entry coins can refresh the store once. Good, good, good. In other words, today he could refresh all the entry opening opportunities from the bottom to the top once. Would the host like to open the newbie gift box? The system's voice was cold, like a killing machine, but in Lin Yu's heart, it sounded as warm as the spring sun. Open it, I must open it. A golden newbie gift box manifested illusorily. Accompanied by a small burst of confetti, 2 beams of light, 1 purple and 1 gold, shot out. Wow tilde. A golden legend. Lin Yu's eyes were nearly blinded by the flash, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Congratulations host, you have obtained a purple entry, sub-profession expert. For any sub-profession, the moment you come into contact with it, you will reach expert level. Congratulations host on your explosive luck, you have obtained a golden entry, Divine Beast Affinity Physique. Any legendary or mythical Pokemon will have their relationship with you immediately rise to affinity upon meeting. Good, good, good. These 2 entries, for his current situation, are of absolutely no use. A sub-profession master is nothing more than a Pokemon breeder or other sub-professions. Divine Beast Affinity Physique. It would be great if a Ho-Oh came over, he could beg it to restore Charmander's potential. But the problem now is, who knows which secret realm Ho-Oh is staying in. These 2 entries sound amazing at first, and in reality, they are amazing. The problem is, they are useless to him right now. Without a doubt, the most urgent matter is that he needs to solve the problem of Charmander's potential. No rush, there's still a chance. Looking at the illusory LCD interface, the daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly entry refresh buttons were all lit up. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to start with the daily entry. With a tap of his finger, the daily entry button immediately dimmed. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. White entry, thick skin, resistance to strikes slightly increased. It seemed somewhat useful, at least it added some defense. Lin Yu frowned and opened the weekly entry. Green entry, deja vu, riding speed significantly increased. Lin Yu's frown deepened. What kind of entry is this? Didn't it say the higher you go, the better the quality? Refusing to believe his bad luck, he opened the monthly entry. Blue entry, king of salted fish. While being a salted fish, you will slowly become stronger. The degree of strengthening depends on the level of laziness. Good stuff. Lin Yu's face immediately lit up with joy. Becoming stronger without having to train, this is simply the favorite of Slacking and Snorlax. He began to feel expectant. Clinging to hope, he opened the next entry. Purple entry, hard work pays off. As long as you work hard, there will inevitably be gains. As the time spent working hard increases, the effect of improving talent becomes better. The standard for a try hard. When he saw this entry, Lin Yu's brow relaxed slightly. Looking at it this way, it gave Charmander hope. As long as it worked hard, it could become stronger. Awoo. Charmander watched its newly recognized master change expressions like a Sichuan opera face changer. Happy one moment, worried the next. It was completely bewildered. Lin Yu was still praying that this last entry would yield something good. After sacrificing Arceus to the gods of luck, he decisively clicked the yearly entry. In an instant, golden light blazed. Finally, it converged into a line of text. Golden entry, purification, all negative effects are completely purified. A simple line of text, yet it made Lin Yu's mouth hang wide open. He had originally thought that, following the pattern, this pull might likely be a red entry. He didn't expect it to give him another golden legend directly. And such a powerful golden legend at that. One must know that in battle, Pokemon skills are varied and strange. They bring about all sorts of bizarre negative effects. For example, poison, weakness, confusion. And this entry could actually remove all those effects. Furthermore, this Charmander's ability was solar power. In sunny weather, special attack increases, but in exchange, stamina is consumed every second. Solar power. In sunny weather, special attack is boosted, but HP decreases every turn. Now, with this entry, even this negative side effect would disappear. Good, Good, good. In his excitement, Lin Yu said, good, 3 times in a row. Immediately, he wanted to equip thick skin, hard work pays off, and purification onto Charmander. Ding! Detected that Charmander has not been caught yet. Please catch it first before applying entries. Lin Yu immediately pulled out the Pokeball he had prepared in his pocket and looked seriously at Charmander. Charmander, are you willing to become my Pokemon? Awoo! Charmander nodded heavily and then proactively touched its head against the Pokeball in Lin Yu's hand. After a few flashes of red light, the Pokeball settled down. Charmander, at this moment, became his first Pokemon. Even as a transmigrator, at this moment, Lin Yu's heart was inexplicably excited. 15 years. He had finally become a trainer. So next, it was time to apply the entries to Charmander. A red light flashed, and Charmander reappeared in the studio apartment. Lin Yu began to speak seriously, Charmander. Charmander immediately stood up straight, its expression incredibly tense. Lin Yu was somewhat stunned, seeing how Charmander's muscles tensed up just from being called. He couldn't help but imagine the treatment it had received before. It certainly couldn't have been good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sensitive just by being called. Thinking of this, Lin Yu softened his tone, don't be nervous. Believe me, your talent isn't weak at all. It's just that you suffered a bit of an accident when you were born. The golden entry purification could definitely dissolve Charmander's congenital deficiencies. But don't worry, I will definitely take you all the way to becoming a champion. 200 years of world fusion. Humans had created a simple classification for Pokemon strength. They were novice, ordinary, superior, gym, lord, master, elite, champion, grandmaster. The current Charmander was level 4, which was roughly the mid-stage of the novice level. And champion. That was a title that could only be earned by winning first place in the annual World Pokemon Championship. This goal was nothing short of grand. Awoo! Charmander's tensed muscles slowly relaxed, and its gaze was no longer as restrained as before. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiped on the illusory interface. 3 entries transformed into light and flowed into Charmander. Simultaneously, the names of the 3 entries appeared above Charmander's head. They were purification, hard work pays off, and thick skin. After clicking hide, they immediately disappeared. But Lin Yu knew that these entries could still be retracted. Currently, the number of entries each Pokemon could accept was 3. In that instant, Lin Yu couldn't wait to use the Eye of Investigation on Charmander. When he saw the weakened status beside its name disappear and its talent return to elite rank, he burst out laughing. Elite level talent. This meant that as long as it was properly nurtured, it could basically reach the elite level. One must know that in current Wagwo, there were only 8 people who could openly be called elites. They were all superstar-like figures in Wagwo. That man in the raincoat had no idea what a treasure Pokemon he had missed out on. Awoo! Charmander also felt its whole body suddenly become light, as if some kind of power had been returned to it. Was it really true that a Pokemon whose talent had temporarily dropped, like this Charmander, couldn't learn skills? No. It was just that its congenital deficiency during the gestation phase led to insufficient energy in its body, making it unable to release skills. As long as the energy was sufficient, a skill like Ember was truly something that could be done with ease. For instance, now, with the return of its power, orange flames gathered in Charmander's mouth. In the next moment, an ember was about to spray out like a fountain. But Lin Yu immediately covered its mouth. Hey, 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 we're at home. Do you want to burn the house down? Ah. Hot, hot, hot. Looking at his scorched red hand, Lin Yu really wished he had a Pallet Town physique at this moment. Awoo. After the excitement, seeing Lin Yu burned by its own flames, Charmander began to blame itself, reaching out its claws timidly. It's okay. From now on, you have to believe in me. I will take you and make you stronger. Medical care in this world was miraculous. This little burn would heal quickly after applying some medicinal powder later. The most important thing now was to boost Charmander's confidence. Awoo. Charmander nodded firmly, its eyes filled with seriousness this time. Good. Let us walk the victory road together. Since he was a transmigrator, it was fine to set his ambitions a bit higher, right? Lin Yu held its claw and raised it upward. At this moment, their two hearts seemed to be intertwined. Afterward, Lin Yu decomposed Deja Vu, obtaining 30 entry coins, and then redeemed a premium Pokemon Energy Cube. Watching Charmander devour the food ravenously, Lin Yu also smiled. 5 days later. In a desolate, empty unfinished building. Charmander, use Fire Rain. Awoo. The listlessness from a few days ago was completely gone, the current Charmander was full of vitality. It exhaled boldly toward the sky, and surging firelight gathered in its mouth. Then, the sprayed flames burst in the air like a water column, scattering like a blooming fire rose. Each spark of ember was actually the size of a fist. Exploding on the ground, every spark burned the concrete floor into a scorched black color. How was this just an ember? This was practically a secret technique, ember. Therefore, Lin Yu gave it a name, calling it the Rain of Embers. Shortened to Fire Rain. Because the scattered sparks resembled rain. Charmander's elite level talent exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. This was already the level of destruction that an ordinary rank Charmander could cause. One must know. The current Charmander was only level 6. Still in the novice stage. This wasn't a game world where you could gain experience and level up just by battling. A Pokemon's strength had to be developed through its own training, growth, and strengthening, then tested through battle. In the previous month, Charmander had gone from level 1 to level 4, but now in just 5 short days, it had actually risen from level 4 to level 6. This speed was nothing short of fast. But it was also related to Charmander's own efforts. With the support of the hard work pays off entry, Charmander looked like a brand new self every day. Lin Yu remembered that when he first adopted Charmander, it was only about 70 centimeters tall. Now it was almost 90 centimeters, and it had also become stronger. Lin Yu had checked the data, an average Charmander was only about 80 centimeters. But his Charmander still showed a tendency to grow taller. A Charmander with its talent returned was truly terrifying. Impressive, impressive. Lin Yu gave his praise without hesitation, then took out a premium energy cube for the slightly panting Charmander. Awoo. During these days of training, Charmander's motivation was also at its peak. It was hardworking to begin with. Now that it could see its efforts being rewarded, it naturally trained with more and more vigor. Looking at the ravenous Charmander, Lin Yu opened the system. He prepared to see what today's daily entry was. The ones refreshed in the past few days were all white entries, some were useful, some were not. Lin Yu selectively melted them into entry coins. His entry coins had now reached 30. Useful ones included. White entry drunkard, after drinking alcohol, fighting type skill damage increases. It wasn't exactly useful, but it wasn't useless either. Perhaps he could capture a fighting type Pokemon in the future. Habitually picking up his phone to check the time, he discovered that in the class group, the teacher had added him. Teacher Chin. At Mythical Beast Scanfly. At Lin Yu, you too, why don't you have your first Pokemon yet? Shuimu no. One high school is one of the Pokemon high schools in Shuimu City. It's not hard to get into. As long as you have the desire to be a trainer, you can enter, the tuition is just a bit expensive. The prerequisite is that during the summer break before entering the first year of high school, you need to register your first Pokemon with the Pokemon League. That's exactly the stage Lin Yu is at. The reason for the delay in registering his first Pokemon is simple. No money. When he was 5 years old, his parents went missing while exploring a secret realm. Since then, he became an orphan and lived in the wonderful orphanage. He only moved out of the orphanage this year. After paying the tuition, he only had 20,000 wabi left on him. And that was only because Lin Yu had been living frugally. This amount of money was only enough to buy a Rattata or a Caterpie. That would be too pathetic. Lin Yu felt unwilling and lacked the confidence to nurture such a Pokemon. To a Pokemon, that would be an act of irresponsibility. It was only after getting the system that he had the courage to plan on buying a Bug-type or Grass-type Pokemon to serve as his first Pokemon. Now, things are different. With a Charmander that has elite talent, why would he want a juvenile version of Rayquaza? Charmander, come here, let's take a photo. Charmander is definitely one of the most popular Pokemon. He made a peace sign with Charmander and posted the photo in the group. The originally quiet group instantly exploded. Although they didn't all know each other, it didn't stop them from marveling at the Charmander. A Charmander. Holy crap, what a handsome Charmander. Whose subordinate is this? How can it be so fierce? I'm so jealous. Sadly, my Pokemon is just a Caterpie. Haven't you guys noticed that this Charmander's trainer is also very handsome? So clean cut, a total, little milk dog, type. Not as good as me, the Eddie Peng of Shangzhou. The world is like that, some look down on Charmander, while others flock to it. Teacher Chin. A Charmander, huh? Not bad. Hurry up and go to the Pokemon League to register your information. Lin Yu responded. Okay. Then he checked the time and thought about it. There was just enough time to head to the Pokemon League to register his identity as a trainer. The registration process was simple. He just needed to hand over his ID card, then submit his home address and personal information. After becoming a trainer, Lin Yu rushed back home without stopping. He used the Eye of Investigation to check Charmander's information. Pokemon. Charmander. Ability. Solar Power. Gender. Male. Talent. Elite. Level. 6. Skills. Scratch, Ember, Smokescreen, Growl. In just a few days, Charmander had learned 3 skills. Though he was startled, thinking of Charmander's talent, Lin Yu felt it was only natural. An elite talent was already a Pokemon that ordinary people could never obtain. Thinking that the energy cubes he bought were almost finished, Lin Yu opened the entry store. On the illusory interface, the refreshed entry store showed the premium energy cubes that had already been purchased. New items had also appeared. Today's entry store. Fire Punch TM, 50 entry coins. 10 portions of premium Pokemon food, 5 entry coins. 1 Dragon Fire Fruit, 15 entry coins. Fire Punch. Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a skill suitable for Charmander to learn. But immediately, he became resentful. This system clearly knew he didn't have enough entry coins right now, so why did it put this out? Over these past few days, Lin Yu had also been studying this system. First were the entries. White entries were mostly useless, but they could be decomposed into entry coins. The coin value of a white entry was roughly 3 to 5 entry coins. Green, he wasn't sure yet. Another thing worth studying was the store. The store refreshed every day, but items that had already been purchased would not be refreshed away. However, items that hadn't been purchased would be refreshed. Now, unless Lin Yu decomposed the King of Salted Fish entry, it was impossible to obtain this Fire Punch TM. This was a bit of a dilemma. Forget it, forget it. With Charmander's own talent, it will surely learn Fire Punch eventually. But this King of Salted Fish entry should definitely be useful. After a moment of psychological struggle, Lin Yu chose King of Salted Fish. But just as Lin Yu was feeling disappointed, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry system's first-time discount privilege. Today's first purchase only costs 1 entry coin. Lin Yu was instantly overjoyed and instantly bought Fire Punch. He then asked, how is this first-time discount given? Randomly dropped, but the time limit is within 1 day. This sentence dispelled Lin Yu's idea of saving up such discount coupons. Waiting until the store refreshed something good before using it wouldn't work. But it was already very good. Stroking Charmander's smooth head, Lin Yu then pressed the illusory TM against the top of its head. After a moment, Charmander raised its head in surprise. It felt like it had learned a new skill. It couldn't wait to show it to its master. On its dragon claws, flames were faintly emerging. Learned a new skill already. As expected of Charmander. Let's go try it out tomorrow. Lin Yu feigned a look of surprise toward Charmander. Now was the time to build Charmander's confidence. Letting it think it learned it on its own would give it a greater sense of pride. Sure enough, Charmander's spirits immediately soared, wishing it could go outside right now to show off its newly learned skill. Seeing this, Lin Yu found it a bit amusing. But he also understood its emotions. After all, it was only a little over a month old. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking sound rang out, and Lin Yu subconsciously said, coming. Then he said to Charmander, you go into the ball and rest for a bit. Having just finished training, it must be tired now. While Charmander was resting, Lin Yu even swapped hard work pays off for King of Salted Fish. striving to maximize the entry's benefits. He opened the door to take a look. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, his eyes full of amazement, and then he felt a bit caught between laughter and tears. How did she find this place? Because he was saving money, the small house Lin Yu found was in a remote area. How come you didn't even say a word when you moved out of the orphanage? Standing outside the door was a young girl in the prime of her youth. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her face was delicate and refined, her skin as white as snow, her eyes as clear as a stream, and her slender waist carried an ethereal air that didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. Her beautiful black hair was tied into a high ponytail with a light-colored ribbon. A versatile, youthful sky blue top paired with a white pleated skirt undoubtedly added a touch of coolness to this summer. Her ethereal voice was like a stream flowing through a valley, soft and heart-melting. This was the good friend Lin Yu had picked up at the orphanage. The little brat who used to be a snotty-nosed kid had now grown into a beautiful, graceful young woman. Even Lin Yu, who had lived for over 30 years including his previous life, felt his heart stir at this moment. Oh boy Tilda. Wait, what are you doing? You can't, Lin Yu. She's only 15. 3 years minimum, a life sentence wouldn't be a loss. The girl in front of him was Yi Qingshe. In the summer when he was 6 years old, right when ratata were rampant, Lin Yu had picked her up from beside a trash heap. After that, she became a little tagalong who followed him around every day. He still remembered that for a while after he brought her back, she would cry while following him every day, like a baby who had just been weaned. Unlike him, she hadn't just recently left the orphanage. She had been taken away as early as 3 years ago. Lin Yu clearly remembered that day. A massive Altaria descended from the sky, and then a woman stepped down from it and took her away. It was only after that day that Lin Yu found out. Yi Qingshe wasn't some orphan. Instead, she was the young lady of a certain great family in Kyoto who had been lost. Most importantly, as Lin Yu looked out the window now, an orange, silly-looking dragonite with a plump body was greeting this beautiful girl. It seemed to be saying, "The person has been delivered, I'm leaving now." Subconsciously, Lin Yu used his eye of investigation. Pokemon. Dragonite. Ability. Mental energy. Gender. Male. Potential. Elite. Level. 62. Skills. Protect, Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance, Wing Attack, Dragon Rush, Ice Beam, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Extreme Speed. Looking down, the interface was luxurious to the extreme. There were dozens of skills. Lin Yu's eyes widened slightly as he looked out the window, then back at the beautiful girl in front of him. Giving me such a big shock the moment we meet. Hee hee, brother, I'm a real little rich girl now. Let me support you from now on. Seeing the somewhat simple living conditions around her, Yi Qingshe proudly took out a gold-edged bank card. There's 10 million in here. Let's go choose your first Pokemon. They say that with no woman in one's heart, drawing a sword makes one naturally divine. But a rich woman clearly isn't in this category, and a little rich girl even less so. She will only give you a divine sword. If Lin Yu hadn't encountered Charmander, he really would have wanted to take this card. But now, the two of them hadn't met for 3 years. Receiving such a large amount of money right upon meeting. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't appropriate. Unless they were more than just friends. No need, I already have my first Pokemon. Lin Yu shook his head, pushed the card back, then took out Charmander's Pokeball and shook it. Ah, what Pokemon? Yi Qingshe asked curiously. It wouldn't be some Caterpie or Weedle, would it? Charmander. Yi Qingshe breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Lin Yu had chosen a Pokemon like Weedle or Caterpie. Once a Pokemon is registered with the Pokemon League, abandoning it at will is a criminal act. Charmander, from a certain perspective, was a very good Pokemon. Then this money. No, take it back quickly. Your brother doesn't want to be accused of living off a woman. Lin Yu glanced at the slender shadow Yi Qingshe left under the incandescent light and took a sharp breath. There's an old schemer lurking there. All right then. The girl looked a bit disappointed. After asking for some more information, she invited Lin Yu to go out and play, but Lin Yu also refused. She turned and left. After Yi Qingshe went out. Outside the door. The lights in the hallway began to flicker intermittently. An eerie sound came through, and the temperature in the surrounding hallway dropped slightly. Quite a good kid, he has good eyes. A purple mist, like poisonous gas, emerged from her shadow. A deep purple body, blood-red pupils, and short, chubby limbs. This was a talking Gengar. It seemed that little rich girl alone couldn't fully describe Yi Qingshui's status. Of course, he's my brother. Yi Qingshui said with a face full of pride. Although she didn't know what Gengar was praising Lin Yu for. Jia Jia Jia. Gengar laughed without saying a word and slipped back into the shadows. What it said was right, but only regarding his character. Just that was far from enough to be worthy of the young lady. An ordinary person who happened to obtain a Charmander. Let's see how far he can go. Inside the room, a level 62 Dragonite, a level 73 Gengar. Lin Yu clutched his heart, still a bit shaken. Level 73. An elite Pokemon. This kind of weight would be explosive news if brought to the national level. To think it appeared in a prefecture-level Shuimu city. What kind of background does this girl have? Watching the sky gradually darken outside, Lin Yu felt a myriad of emotions, and his obsession with becoming stronger deepened. Although he often thought about having a rich woman give him a better sword. This sword was scorching hot. If he couldn't handle it, the Gengar behind her would probably swallow him whole. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Lin Yu murmured, Charmander, oh Charmander, we can't let people look down on us. The Pokeball vibrated slightly, conveying Charmander's agreement from within. It seemed to have also felt its master's unyielding spirit. I must become strong. 2 days later. The same abandoned, unfinished building. In 2 days, with the energy cubes keeping up, Charmander had leveled up again, reaching level 7. The power of Fire Punch also successfully shocked Lin Yu. With one punch, a crater the size of a watermelon actually appeared on the concrete floor. If it hit a person, it would leave a hole. The power of Pokemon was simply too much for ordinary people. But in this world, there was a way for trainers and Pokemon to share a portion of their constitution, becoming super pallet towners. That is, bonds. The deeper the bond, the more of the constitution could be shared with the Pokemon. Otherwise, ordinary people would die at every turn in Pokemon battles. This was also why the League established the rule that Pokemon could not be easily abandoned. This day, Lin Yu was wiping the sweat off Charmander, who had just finished training. As usual, he was about to take out an energy cube to replenish its energy and then check today's tags and shop. A voice from behind interrupted him. Classmate, would you like to have a match? Lin Yu turned around and saw a boy about the same age as him. His tone was a bit shy, but his eyes revealed a fervent passion. Clearly, he really wanted to have a tense and exciting Pokemon battle. There was no one here during training just now. Which meant this person had just arrived. He probably saw Charmander and became curious, wanting to have a battle. Awoo. Before Lin Yu could speak, the Charmander beside him was already full of fighting spirit, its eyes surging with the desire for battle. After so many days of training, it was desperate to know what stage its current strength was at. So, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Bring it on. I'm Wang Miao, a freshman from Shuimu 3rd Middle School. Come out, my partner, Squirtle. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He was actually from the same school. Hopefully, it would be a good start. However, to be able to own a Squirtle, his family background was definitely not weak. It had only been over 200 years since the secret realms descended upon the world. Although Pokemon had become common, it hadn't reached the point where everyone had a starter Pokemon in hand. For most ordinary families, starting with a common bird Pokemon was already quite good. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As Charmander's debut battle, Lin Yu could not afford to lose no matter what. He immediately used the Eye of Investigation to check Squirtle's information. Pokemon. Squirtle. Ability. Torrent. Gender. Male. Potential. Gym. Level. 9. Skills. Tackle, Water Gun, Tail Whip, Bubble. It also had 4 skills. However, its level had reached 9, and its type had an advantage over Charmander. This guy, if he was a freshman, was also a top talent among them. Lin Yu wanted to win. And Wang Miao on the opposite side felt the same. It had been nearly 3 months since Squirtle became his Pokemon. Now it had reached the final stage of the novice period, but it just couldn't take that final step into the ordinary period. So, he wanted to use a hardy battle to let Squirtle break through this limit. After resting for a while, both sides took their positions. Although he had watched Pokemon many times on TV, when it actually came to commanding a battle, Lin Yu's heart began to boil with excitement. With a shout of, "Start!" Wang Miao struck first, his voice urgent and loud, completely devoid of his previous timidity. It seemed he was a trainer who was passionate about Pokemon battles. Squirtle, water gun. The jet of water gun was extremely fast, indicating that it had been well trained on ordinary days. Circle behind the concrete pillar to dodge. Lin Yu didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue either. In a battle, simply shouting, "Dodge it," didn't mean it would definitely be dodged. If there was no mutual understanding, you also had to let them know where to hide. The rushing water gun hit the pillar, splashing out fragments of stone dust. This water gun move was perfectly avoided by Charmander using the building. Good. Charmander, come out and use Fire Rain. Fire Rain. Wang Miao was stunned for a moment, then he saw surging flames gather in the opponent's Charmander's mouth. Then, a fireball the size of a basketball was hurled towards Squirtle. Then, the fireball exploded, forming a fan-like spray of embers. An advanced usage of a skill. Squirtle, withdraw. An astonished voice burst from Wang Miao's mouth, as if he couldn't believe this was something a Charmander could perform. But his reaction speed was also fast enough. He understood that this sky full of embers could not be dodged, so he might as well hide in his shell. Bang! The embers slammed into the shell, and the wet shell suddenly erupted with white mist. Immediately, 3 pairs of eyes nervously watched the mist dissipate. After the mist cleared, the shell was bright red. The next moment, a pair of eyes that were already seeing stars peeked out. Wang Miao's eyes instantly widened. One hit. One-shotted. At the very least, Squirtle was a water type, which resisted fire-type moves. Even with the type resistance, it was still one-shotted. This isn't scientific. Has this Charmander reached the ordinary period? Great job, Charmander. With the first victory secured, Lin Yu and Charmander excitedly bumped fists. He had originally thought this would be a hard-fought battle, and Lin Yu had even prepared for Charmander to get injured. But what he didn't expect was that his first cooperation with Charmander would be so well coordinated. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts Charmander for winning its first battle. Reward. 1 monthly trait. Would you like to open it? A phantom light screen appeared, and Lin Yu's face lit up with joy again. One must say, good things come in pairs. For a monthly trait, there was a high probability of drawing a blue quality trait. Lin Yu did not choose to open it immediately. Thank you, you and Charmander are both very strong. After Wang Miao recalled Squirtle into its Pokeball, he spoke sincerely. Whether it was the commanding or the Pokemon's strength, the opponent surpassed him. Although he usually prided himself on being among the best of this year's freshmen, along with his Squirtle. Comparing himself to the upperclassmen, he was still far behind. That's right, he had already taken Lin Yu for a sophomore or a junior. Otherwise, how could someone who just obtained a Pokemon be so strong? This Charmander has definitely reached the ordinary period. If Lin Yu could see his inner thoughts, he would probably chuckle. And then say something humble yet boastful in his heart, it's only been born for a month, it's still a baby tilde. Wang Miao clearly wanted to ask more, but Squirtle's condition required treatment, so he ran off in a hurry. Awoo tilde. Below him, the unscathed Charmander was in high spirits, still somewhat lost in the excitement of the recent victory. Lin Yu decided to open the monthly trait first. A flash of purple light leisurely flickered past. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Being able to pull a purple trait from a monthly trait indicated that his luck today was truly good. Purple trait, Fairy Wings, young man, do you want to fly in the sky? With this trait, you can learn fairy wings out of thin air. There's even this kind of trait. Then the cannot fly problem is saved. Lin Yu muttered to himself, then looked at Charmander. Charmander, do you want to fly? Awoo. Charmander looked at its master strangely. He couldn't be so happy that he'd gone crazy, right? It was still a Charmander, not a Charizard. It couldn't fly yet. Although Charmander couldn't speak, for some reason, Lin Yu felt he could perceive the meaning in Charmander's sounds. He immediately swapped thick skin for fairy wings. Crystal clear and illusory wings, like those of a fairy, appeared on Charmander's back. Awoo! I'm flying. What Master said was actually true. I, the dragon, have taken to the skies. Although the flight was very cautious and a bit unsteady, Charmander could feel that this pair of wings behind it was controlled by itself. Awoo tilde. This is a great trait, for any Pokemon that temporarily cannot fly. It will be a trump card. However, watching the cautiously flying Charmander, Lin Yu immediately knew that there was another skill that needed practice. Fortunately, Charmander was a workaholic and didn't need Lin Yu's reminder at all. It could complete all training subjects autonomously, sometimes it even required Lin Yu's reminder before it was willing to go home. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Yu planned to open today's trait. Weekly trait has refreshed, would you like to open it? Is it a new week already? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu felt that there was a reason why his luck was so good today. It turned out to be a new week. Open it, bless me with another good trait. Lin Yu prayed silently and then quickly opened the weekly trait. Blue trait, food supply station, equip this trait, and within 30 minutes after eating food, you will receive a random buff. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled up sharply. Hey, Blue. Another decent trait. From now on, before a battle or training, he could eat some gourmet food to open blind box buffs. Lin Yu immediately bought a premium energy cube. After Charmander ate it. Obtained buff effect, flame activity 30%, training effect increased. Charmander felt completely pumped up. Better train quickly. It's worth mentioning that, with the helping hand of the sub-profession expert, he also began learning how to make various energy cubes. The effects were already no weaker than the energy cubes sold in the system. One must know that expert-level breeders in the entire Wagwa were few and far between. In the subsequent training, Charmander worked even harder. That Squirtle's trainer hadn't come by for several days, and when he finally did, Squirtle had already reached level 10. That is, the common rank. For this reason, Wang Miao grabbed Lin Yu's hand, full of gratitude. Because it was precisely that battle that gave Squirtle the opportunity for a breakthrough. Then, in high spirits, he had another battle with Lin Yu. Reality told him that if he was meant to lose, he would still lose. It was also his bad luck that day, as Charmander had eaten an energy cube. It had obtained a beneficial buff. Called, have damage from advantageous types. This was the best buff Charmander had ever received. Combined with thick skin, it gave Squirtle a perfect demonstration of what it meant to tank a water gun with its bare body. It was truly an eye-opener. From then on, Wang Miao no longer sought out Lin Yu for Pokemon battles. This also let Lin Yu know that sometimes, blue entries were not necessarily inferior to purple ones. August 28th. The start of school was approaching. Teacher Chin, who often chatted with the students in the class group, had successfully become Old Chin. Based on this alone, Lin Yu guessed he was a newly graduated college student. Teacher Chin, I've told everyone before, you must nurture your Pokemon well. When school starts, there will be a freshman field training. The top 50 will all receive rewards. I heard the reward for first place this time is a stone of any attribute. Every year, Shwimu 3rd Middle School holds similar competitions for freshmen. The purpose is to mobilize the synergy and cooperation between students and their Pokemon. After all, most students attending a Pokemon high school want to become a professional trainer. And to become a professional trainer, one inevitably needs to go on adventures in secret realms. Not all Pokemon are kind, some prefer to be deadly kind. According to big data statistics, the death rate of trainers exploring secret realms every year has remained high. This is also why tuition at a Pokemon high school is expensive. They need to set up realistic venues and provide competition materials. A stone. Wiping away some sweat, a look of longing flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. For Charmander, a stone of any attribute would definitely be a fire stone, which was most suitable for it. This week's entry was one called Singing, Dancing, and Rap. The effect was that one could recover PP energy while singing, dancing, and rapping. Lin Yu decomposed it. He obtained 50 entry coins. As for the daily entries, aside from one called Trainer's Self-Cultivation, which made the Pokemon excited and improved training results when accompanied during training, all the others were decomposed. After nearly half a month of high-intensity training, Charmander successfully reached level 10 at this moment. That is, the common rank. This was an extremely startling speed. The flying-type elite of earlier years, Lance, once said that his most talented Dragonite took about a month to go from the novice stage to the ordinary period. From a certain perspective, the growth speed of the Charmander enhanced by entries had already reached champion level. I really should get a Fire Stone for Charmander. Lin Yu's eyes burned with determination. Either don't compete, or compete for first place. This was Lin Yu's life creed. Charmander, don't you agree? The current Charmander no longer looked as frail as when it first arrived. It already had clearly visible biceps. Awoo! With a confident roar, Charmander patted its chest, indicating it was all on him. Regarding winning the championship, Lin Yu was quite confident. All those days of training were not in vain. Awoo! While he was lost in thought, Charmander suddenly gave a roar, startling Lin Yu. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he was also startled. He and Charmander usually trained in this abandoned building. Because it was quiet here. Very few, almost no people ever came here. So Rattata would often visit, but ever since Charmander occupied the place, those Rattata didn't dare to come near anymore. But right now, he actually saw a petite little creature with a white body and green hair covering its entire face. A Ralts. It was crouching behind a concrete pillar, peeking its head out and cautiously watching the interaction between Lin Yu and Charmander. Like a peeking little girl. Ralts is a Pokemon that can keenly sense the emotions of people and other Pokemon. This was the first time it had sensed such a bond. Why would a Ralts appear here? Without a doubt, Ralts was an extremely rare Pokemon. Its evolution, Gardevoir, was loved by many because of its elegant posture and unique aesthetic appeal. Even though this was the suburbs. There shouldn't be any Ralts here, right? Could it have escaped from another trainer? Lin Yu's heart stirred. He had to first test whether this Ralts was wild or not. Generally speaking, Pokemon coming from a Pokemon breeder house would be friendly toward people. But wild ones wouldn't be, they were very wary and had clear wild habits. After comforting Charmander, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and bought a Psychic-type energy cube. Here, little one, come here, there's something delicious. It had to be said that no Pokemon could resist the temptation of the energy cubes provided by the system shop. The Ralts, which had only been observing, walked over like a little lady with measured steps. This reaction made Lin Yu's heart sink. Being friendly to people meant it was very likely that it already had a trainer. But this was just a guess. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yu wanted to give it a try. Because of its talent. Ralu tilde. Ralts first took a lick, and the red pupils under its hair instantly lit up. So delicious. The next moment, it began to eat. But looking at the Ralts as it took the energy cube and ate carefully, Lin Yu still didn't want to give up. Ralts, do you want to have this energy cube to eat all the time? Ralts finished the energy cube in its hands and looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Its upturned little face was covered by hair, but that didn't stop Lin Yu from seeing its longing. Thus, Lin Yu took out a Pokeball. Become my partner. As long as you become my partner, I'll give you this to eat every day. As he spoke, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at this Ralts' panel with his eye of investigation. Pokemon. Ralts. Pokemon. Ralts. Ability. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Elite. Level. 8. Skills. Growl, Confusion, Double Team. Description. A displaced Ralts who accidentally got separated from her Gardevoir. She is currently starving after a period of wandering. Elite level. At this moment, Lin Yu almost suspected he had stumbled upon a nest of elite potential Pokemon. Moreover, this was a Ralts. Wasn't this a bit too dreamlike? Watching the Ralts transition from cautious nibbling to devouring the energy cubes. Lin Yu felt a bit dazed. If someone had told him before that he could bump into a Ralts just by walking down the street, he would never have believed it. But now, it wasn't until the Pokeball flashed with light that Lin Yu finally believed it. It turned out to be true. Alright, little one, eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Looking at the almost ravenous Ralts, Lin Yu offered a word of comfort. The Charmander nearby wasn't jealous at all to see its master feeding the Ralts. Ralu tilde. Ralts finally finished eating and tilted her small face up to look at Lin Yu. The things this person gives are so delicious. I'll follow him from now on. These words appeared vaguely in Lin Yu's heart. The telepathy ability. To be able to abduct a Ralts with just a box of system-provided energy cubes, what a bargain. However, vaguely, a suspicion arose in Lin Yu's mind. For a Ralts to appear in the outskirts, one possibility was that it had escaped from a breeding house. The other possibility was, a new secret realm had opened nearby. Lin Yu quickly dismissed the first possibility. Because the system said this Ralts was lost while with a Gardevoir. Then it couldn't have been lost from a breeding house. A newly opened secret realm. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This was great news. A new secret realm meant abundant resources. So he asked the Ralts, Ralts, can you tell me where you came from? Lin Yu spoke softly, not worried that the Ralts wouldn't hear him. Because of telepathy. His meaning would be conveyed. Ralu tilde, okay. As the saying goes, one's mouth is soft after eating someone else's food. Ralts naturally had no reason to refuse. She led Lin Yu forward cautiously, looking back every 3 steps as if checking if Lin Yu would abandon her. Only when Lin Yu was truly following behind her did her pace become cheerful. The summer sun was scorching. After crossing a deserted road, Ralts led him into a small path. Until they reached a desolate urban area. Lin Yu had an impression of this place. A major incident had occurred here a few years ago. An Incineroar that was nearly at the master level had, for some unknown reason, gone on a rampage here. Eventually, it was captured by a trainer sent by the League and sent to a reformatory. Afterward, no one repaired the area, and it slowly became abandoned. Ralu tilde. Ralu tilde. It was clear that Ralts was in a great mood along the way, humming a little tune. Finally, she stopped in front of an abandoned residential house. Broken bricks and tiles, a scene of desolation. Ralu tilde, it's right here tilde. Ralts pointed her face toward a red door standing upright amidst the ruins. It didn't look out of place with the surroundings at all. Lin Yu picked up a stone and threw it over. The door immediately rippled like a stone falling into water, waves spreading continuously. Lin Yu was instantly overjoyed. His guess was right. It really was a secret realm. To prevent citizens from keeping secret realms to themselves after finding them. The Pokémon League offered generous rewards for those who discovered and reported them. First, during the initial round of searching the secret realm, the discoverer could choose 3 items from the found treasures for free. Secondly, depending on the size of the secret realm, the strength of the Pokémon within, and the resources. There would be a reward ranging from 30,000 to 5 million, along with the lifelong right to enter the secret realm for free. Finally, there would be a significant, discoverer of such and such secret realm, certificate. Lin Yu didn't care much for that last thing. But having it was better than not. Great job, Ralts. I declare that the treasures we get here will be chosen primarily for you. Lin Yu picked up Ralts and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Whether it was treasures or prize money. These were all necessities for him right now. Furthermore, failing to report a known secret realm was a crime. Generally speaking, newly caught Pokémon from the wild wouldn't be very close to their trainers. A bond between the two would only be built through gradual interaction and harmony over time. But being held like this. Ralts was clearly stunned for a moment, and then her small face hidden under her hair flushed red. She didn't resist at all. Although she didn't temporarily understand what Lin Yu meant by his words. Under the influence of telepathy. She knew these were words meant to be kind to her. Lin Yu quickly called the Secret Realm Management Bureau and stated the location where he had discovered the realm. Alright, I'm coming over immediately. A deep male voice came from the other end, and then the call was disconnected. Ralts, go inside first. Lin Yu recalled Ralts into her Pokeball. While waiting, he played with Charmander. Before long, a shadow covered Lin Yu. He looked up. An orange-red hue, enormous fleshy wings, and a defiant face. Without a doubt, this was a Charizard. Lin Yu used his eye of investigation to take a look. Jim Rank. A burly, shirtless man with a face full of stubble but a determined expression stepped down from the Charizard. Lin Yu recognized him. Shuimu City. The leader of the Flame Gym, Zhang Yu. He heard that Zhang Yu used to be in the Pokemon army and became a gym leader after retiring. He didn't expect him to also be with the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Young man, you have good taste, choosing a Charmander as your starter Pokemon. Zhang Yu gave the Charmander next to Lin Yu an appreciative look. Tight muscles and eyes full of spirit. One could tell at a glance that this was a meticulously raised Charmander. Upon seeing his Charizard, the little one was merely curious, without a hint of fear. The Charizard seemed to have noticed this as well. Flames snorted from its nose, and its originally nonchalant gaze instantly became oppressive. A mere junior. Actually wasn't afraid of it. Charmander glanced at Lin Yu, and after receiving an encouraging look, it stared back without hesitation. It was a Charmander that was going to become a champion in the future. How could it be afraid of this little pressure? That intense self-confidence instantly bolstered its aura, even reaching a level not much lower than the Charizard's for a moment. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was shocked. A Charizard was the final evolution of a Charmander. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a Charmander to resist a Charizard's pressure. But this Charmander not only did it did it exceptionally well. For a moment, he felt a surge of excitement as a fellow fire-type enthusiast. He had originally planned to check the true state of the secret realm, but Zhang Yu now felt he needed to dampen this Charmander's arrogance. Too much rigidity leads to breaking. But as time passed, he could only see the competitive spirit in Charmander's eyes growing stronger and stronger. This confidence even managed to suppress Charizard for a time. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, but he still sighed with emotion. Talents emerge in every generation, the old are surpassed by the new. In his view, barring any accidents, this Charmander would definitely be able to reach the domain of a lord, or even a master. Charizard also felt it was pointless. Why was it getting worked up over a junior? It sullenly withdrew its confrontational gaze. You overpraise him, senior. Lin Yu spoke those words, but he gave Charmander a look that said, well done. He was particularly delighted in his heart. Zhang Yu patted his old partner and then remembered the business at hand. Where is the secret realm you mentioned? Lin Yu pointed at the door. Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened as he pulled out a gadget resembling a mobile phone and pointed it at the door. A beep 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 sound rang out. It is indeed a secret realm. It should be a small-scale one. After saying this, Zhang Yu's expression relaxed slightly. The main concern was that this secret realm was too close to the urban area. If there were Pokemon inside that were unfriendly to humans, things would have been difficult to handle. I'll give you news after the first round of exploration is complete. For now, register your information with me, and then you can go. By the way, how did you discover this secret realm? Lin Yu was unhurried. I was training nearby and saw a Rattata steal our food. I chased it here and saw it crash right in. Then I felt something was wrong and wondered if it was a secret realm. Even Lin Yu thought this explanation was great. It would have been even better if Charmander hadn't been looking at him with such a confused gaze. I see. Zhang Yu had no reason to doubt him. Lin Yu was in a great mood after returning from the vicinity of the secret realm. After all, this was like a windfall from the heavens. He had also obtained a Ralts with elite talent. But this undoubtedly placed pressure on Lin Yu as well. He did some calculations. Charmander currently consumed one portion of system-provided energy cubes every 3 days on average. Ralts needed one about every 4 days. Looking at it this way, he would consume 3.5 entry coins a day. That was roughly the price of a white entry. As for eating lower quality food, like buying manual or even industrialized energy cubes from a Pokemon house, that wasn't in Lin Yu's thoughts at all. Eating those things would be worse than making them himself. At least for now, he could still afford the supply. The start of the school season was drawing closer. This week's green entry was one called I am an artist. It was useless. He exchanged it for entry coins. While designing training for Charmander, Lin Yu also carefully asked for Ralts's thoughts. For example, her thoughts on training. Perhaps because she had experienced too much bitterness during her days of wandering. When Lin Yu asked if she wanted to keep up with Charmander's training, the little one's answer was very firm. This actually made Lin Yu breathe a sigh of relief. because Charmander's training was indeed quite arduous. But no matter what choice she made, Lin Yu would respect it. In fact, Lin Yu hoped that his daily entries or the entry store would refresh with some entries or items related to Ralts. So far, there was only one entry that suited Ralts. The green entry mental focus. When using calm mind, mental focus is more concentrated. It was also an auxiliary type of entry. August 31st. The day the new students started at Shuimu 3rd Middle School. At the school gate, the new students were poking their heads out, curiously gazing at everything in the school. Lin Yu was also somewhat curious. In this parallel world, the first 9 years of compulsory education were no different from the Blue Star. It only became different once one reached high school. One could choose a Pokemon school or a regular high school. Slap. There was a slap from behind, but Lin Yu caught the hand. Which class are you in? Looking back, it was his middle school classmate Wang Meng. True to his name, he had a reckless personality. He was a tall, chubby boy who got along quite well with Lin Yu. Back in middle school, this chubby boy would always say, "In the future, I must become a Pokemon master and capture those majestic and strong Pokemon." He had also specifically emphasized that the Pokemon he most wanted to form a bond with was Charizard. Because Charizard was truly cool. Unfortunately, his family wasn't particularly wealthy, just a middle-class family. Lin Yu replied flatly, "Class 3. Then what's your first Pokemon?" Wang Meng asked impatiently. This was the curiosity and competitiveness of a youth. Lin Yu's expression became strange as he said, "Tell me what your Pokemon is first, and then I'll answer." Wang Meng patted his shoulder with a heroic air, "Machop. How about it? Fits my vibe, right? Not bad." If it was a Machop, its personality did indeed match him quite well. Lin Yu patted his somewhat round belly. "Since it's a fighting-type Machop, you should learn from it and lose this fat. By the way, my Pokemon is Charmander." Wang Meng scratched his head sheepishly, as that hit home. But the next moment, his mouth hung open in shock. Charmander. Yeah. For real. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Yu waved his hand and went to report in, leaving Wang Meng standing there in a daze, bewildered. In this world where humans and Pokemon had only integrated for a few hundred years, a Charmander was something only the second generation of elites could possess. The reporting process wasn't complicated, perhaps because old Qin had already been chatting quite a bit in the class group. After reporting and returning to the classroom was a mess. They were all immature youths who had just received their Pokemon. They would always talk about the funny things that happened between them and their Pokemon. For example, a newly hatched Caterpie had scared a girl half to death. Or a disobedient, mischievous Pichu was giving a boy daily electric shock therapy. Of course, there were also boys huddled together, looking to see which girls were pretty. "Hey, are you Lin Yu? The Charmander trainer?" Lin Yu's desk mate was a small boy with freckles on his face and glasses. Lin Yu wasn't surprised that he could recognize him, so he nodded casually. "Hello, my name is Shen Yu. My Pokemon is Bellsprout." Hello. Lin Yu didn't have much desire to chat. After all, in terms of psychological age, these classmates, in his eyes, were all just children. Unfortunately, Shen Yu didn't seem to notice at all and even started calling him Brother Lin. He chatted about everything from Pokemon to which girl in the class was pretty. Sure enough, for boys this age, besides Pokemon, all they thought about was girls. Lin Yu responded half-heartedly. Soon, old Qin, having finished her business, returned to the class. She really looked like a college student, gentle and approachable, with two sweet dimples when she smiled. Mainly those eyes revealed a certain clear-eyed naivety. This might be her first time taking charge of a high school class. After a brief self-introduction, she spoke up. "Students, for certain reasons, a new student has joined our class. Come, Yi Qingshe, say hello to the class." Wow, Brother Lin, look. A super beautiful girl just arrived outside. Beside him, Shen Yu was instantly excited. The girl on the podium was truly stunning. She had a fair and delicate face, an exquisite figure, and an outfit that screamed youth, yet she exuded a faint air of nobility. It made people hesitate to approach and strike up a conversation. It wasn't hard to imagine that if some busybody were to rank the school beauties, she would definitely be number one. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Qingshe. I'm from Kyoto, and my Pokemon is Dratini. I hope we can all get along well over the next 3 years. Her voice was like the clear sound of a flowing spring, each drop soaking into the heart. This immediately set off a chorus of howls from the boys. Dratini. Holy crap, she's beautiful and rich. Heavens, is the world treating me this well? I'm lucky enough to be in the same class as a girl like this. Sob. Why is it a Dratini? If it weren't a Dratini, I might have dared to talk to her. There were also envious voices from the girls. She's pretty, comes from a good family, and has such a nice voice. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Even old Chin looked at her with a sense of wonder. Why would such an outstanding girl come to Shwimu City for high school? However, he still said, "You see that empty seat over there? You can sit there." Up on the podium, Yi Qingshe scanned the room before her eyes finally lit up with surprise as she looked toward a certain spot. Brother Lin, she's looking at me. She's looking at me. Shen Yu was so excited he was speechless, even shaking Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu felt nothing but disdain for his behavior. What? 3 great delusions of life. She's clearly looking at me. Classmate, could you move to that empty seat over there? Lin Yu watched as Shen Yu's uncontrollable joy froze, and he nodded blankly like a stone. Finally, he walked toward the empty seat like a robot. Lin Yu instinctively glanced at the shadows beneath him and breathed a sigh of relief. Gengar wasn't there. Otherwise, the pressure would have been too much. I thought you'd gone back. Having not seen her for over 10 days, Lin Yu really did think she had returned home. But he truly hadn't expected her to stay here for high school. What? I'm not allowed to stay. I was originally from here anyway. Yi Qingshe was used to his tone of voice. She felt a bit helpless. He was clearly only 15, so why did he sound so world-weary, like an adult? No, it should be said that he had been like this since they were kids. Look at their eyes, it's like they want to eat me alive. Lin Yu felt a bit of a chill. Charmander had already made him something of a target. Now, things were even worse. He was even more of an attention magnet. Yi Qingshe glanced around, her beautiful eyes darting about. She seemed to be brewing some mischievous idea. The next second, she directly grabbed Lin Yu's arm and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Big brother Tilda, does it matter?" Hiss. Lin Yu instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. Let go. What's wrong? Didn't we do this all the time when we were little? The girl pouted, speaking with dissatisfaction. How can when we were little be the same as now? Class is about to start, stop messing around. Fine. Lin Yu pulled himself away. That was close, his heart almost skipped a beat. His current task was very arduous. He had to lead Charmander onto the victory road, and when the time came, make that raincoat-wearing man who abandoned Charmander regret it deeply. Up front, Old Chin saw that the commotion had mostly died down and lowered his voice. Quiet down. Listen to me. This year's freshman field training will take place on September 3rd. Furthermore, this year, it's not just for freshmen, some sophomores and even seniors will also be participating. Huh. The students below immediately erupted in boos. What did freshman field training have to do with seniors? Most freshmen had just obtained their Pokemon over the summer, they were all novices. But most sophomore and senior students had already had their Pokemon for over a year. In terms of the time span, this was unfair. Quiet. Quiet. No noise. Old Chin's face suddenly darkened. It seemed this was something that didn't need to be taught. The classroom immediately became as quiet as a cicada in winter. Finish listening before you object. The school has its reasons for making these arrangements. Besides, not all sophomores and seniors have the chance to participate. Only those who have obtained a second Pokemon and have had it for less than 2 months are eligible. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the students in the classroom immediately softened. Also, the rewards this time are separated. Sophomores are in one tier, and seniors are in another. The rewards are very generous. 10th place gets 3 Pitaya berries plus 1 C grade or higher secret treasure of any attribute. Old Chin listed the rewards from 10th place all the way to 1st. This undoubtedly raised the students' interest to a new height. If your points can exceed those of the sophomores or even the seniors, the school will have special rewards too and they won't be worse than the top 10. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat as he listened. The dragon fire fruit was a special berry discovered in secret realms. It could slightly increase a Pokemon's special attack. Lin Yu had seen them in the entry store before, but they were too expensive. One would cost at least 5,000 on the market. And AC grade secret treasure, regardless of what it was, would cost at least 5 figures. Yet the 10th place reward was 10 Pattaya berries plus AC grade or higher secret treasure. Those were secret treasures that were effective even for gym level Pokemon. Is the school being this generous? Alright, that's it for the rules. Everyone, study on your own for now. I'll distribute the training rules to you shortly. Do, Big Brother seems very interested. The girl's crisp voice rang in his ear. Lin Yu's excited expression faltered as he turned to look at Yi Qingxie. These rewards that seemed so great meant nothing to her. It's good to be rich. Rewards that looked amazing to Lin Yu were probably just ordinary to her. After all, with a Dratini, which was known as a pseudo-legendary, would Yi Qingxie ever lack resources? Pseudo-legendaries were Pokemon that bloomed late. Once they reached their peak, they could even trade blows with legendary beasts. Helplessly, Lin Yu replied, I have to train Charmander, so of course I need resources. As he spoke, he opened the entry store. Those nearby couldn't see it. He wanted to see if any new items had refreshed today. Rosemary. Once lit, it produces a scent that attracts Pokemon. No measures can detect it. 10 entry coins. Premium Pokemon food. This thing. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The rules for the field training seemed to be related to the number of Pokemon defeated. Buy it, I must buy it. Big Brother, if you're short on resources, you can ask me. Half an hour later, Old Chin came over again to explain the rules. It was similar to previous years, but the method had changed this year. Shwimu 3rd Middle School sponsors provided Metagross and Zoroark to construct illusory Pokemon and all their stats. They would be randomly placed in the forest for battles. Victors would earn points. The final ranking would be based on these points. This left the whole class in shock. Metagross, Zoroark. Fictional Pokemon and stats, just for an induction test in a single school in a prefecture-level city. It was like using the equipment of the National College entrance examination for a simple weekly test in his previous life. Inexplicably, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward Yi Qingxie. She smiled at him, saying nothing. Lin Yu shook his head, clearing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Right now, he only had a ticket to the elite level, he hadn't become an elite yet. To be worthy of the girl before him, he still needed to work hard. This, worthy, was meant purely in the sense of being an older brother tilde. The day's classes passed quickly. Lin Yu returned home, pondering how to increase Charmander's combat power a bit more. Or rather, how to find a way to secure first place for himself. If possible, he even wanted to surpass the scores of the sophomores and seniors. His Charmander was already level 11. The difference of 1 or 2 levels wasn't huge. While this provided a boost to combat power, it wasn't significant. Entry refreshes were random. And the entry store refreshes were also random. I hope next week's entries or the store will refresh with some new good stuff. With a soft sound, Lin Yu drifted into a dream filled with beautiful fantasies. The next morning, having just woken up, Lin Yu couldn't wait to open the system and began checking today's refreshed entries. A flash of blue light nearly blinded him. Lin Yu was somewhat stunned. It hadn't even been a week yet, meaning a simple daily entry had refreshed into a blue entry. Flame Splash Trait. Release flames. All flames will splash upon hitting an enemy. A new trait. Lin Yu hadn't expected that entries could also refresh into traits. Does this mean releasing any skill with fire will trigger the splash effect? Under Charmander's training, Ember had already become Fire Rain. If a splash trait were added, its strength would definitely leap forward by a huge margin. Combined with the monster attracting Rosemary, it would be a perfect combination for harvesting points. Let's check the entry store too. With a good start, Lin Yu planned to take another look at the entry store. Pokeball. Premium Pokemon food. Entry permanent slot. Can lock one entry onto a Pokemon so it doesn't consume an entry usage slot. 10 entry coins today. Rosemary. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This entry store refresh also seemed to exceed his expectations. Lin Yu, who had been worried about which entry to remove, was instantly relieved. Although the price was 10 entry coins, Lin Yu bought it immediately. Strangely, after the purchase, the item immediately disappeared. It didn't seem to be a permanent item. A bit of a pity. Lin Yu sighed. After buying it, Lin Yu immediately fixed purification permanently onto Charmander. Then he equipped Flame Splash onto Charmander. Dusk. In the abandoned building, Charmander was trying out the new trait it had obtained today. A small ember formed in its mouth and then fell through the air. Even though it was just a tiny ember, at this moment, it crackled with the aura of high temperatures. Upon hitting the ground, this tiny ember, less than 10 centimeters in diameter, actually splashed across a range of several meters. So strong. Lin Yu praised sincerely. This was just a simple ember. One must remember. Charmander could turn ember into fire rain. When the embers within that fire rain fully erupted. That scene. Just imagining it was exciting. More importantly, once Charmander became a Charizard, it would no longer be using ember, but flamethrower. Or burn out. The resulting explosive scene would surely be even more spectacular. This blue entry was not even inferior to a purple entry. This also led Lin Yu to a discovery. It meant that refreshed entries really could be anything. Like the white entries such as I am a singer that he saw on ordinary days. Perhaps they were also linked to Pokemon. For example, it could assist Jigglypuff's sing, producing unexpected and miraculous effects. Previously, Lin Yu had been curious why such strange entries appeared. Maybe in the future, entries like King of Lightning would appear, giving Charmander the power of lightning. Or perhaps, in the future, he could create his own skills based on the power of the entries. For instance, Greninja. If an entry like Rasengan were to refresh in the future, it wouldn't be impossible. That would be the Ninja, Greninja. Or Kaioken, Lucario. Thinking of such a scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Ralu tilde. Seeing this, the nearby Ralts also began to praise Charmander's formidable power. This made the shy Charmander rub its claws together, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, you'll become strong one day too. Lin Yu patted Ralts's head. The task he had assigned to Ralts was to try and use confusion to lift its own body and perform various actions in daily life. Moreover, Lin Yu discovered. Ralts seemed to really enjoy watching anime. So, Lin Yu began to cultivate Ralts's interest in drawing. And he had the little one use confusion to control the pen for drawing. The results of this training were surprisingly good, perhaps due to Ralts's elite level talent. In just a few days, the little one was able to manipulate confusion with precision and weight. This was an advanced use of confusion. It could make light objects heavy and heavy objects light through the adjustment of confusion. Its level had also risen to 9. The field training is tomorrow. Charmander, let's work hard together. Lin Yu beckoned, and the two little ones immediately scurried over. Charmander clenched its claws and bumped fists with Lin Yu. It was also looking forward to tomorrow's field training. Then Lin Yu took out some energy cubes to let the two little ones, who had consumed quite a bit of energy, begin to recover. The next morning, Shuimu 3rd Middle School held a grand opening ceremony. This field training seemed to have been promoted with extraordinary effort, likely due to the addition of the new sponsor. On the day of the event, various media outlets scrambled to report on it. Anyone could see that this freshman field training for Shuimu 3rd Middle School was anything but ordinary. The freshmen gathered on the playground, listening to the passionate speech of the balding principal above. Everyone could see his face was glowing, as if something good had happened recently. Ha! Lin Yu let out a yawn. This kind of rhetoric was truly something one never tired of saying. Hurry up. He was looking forward to the upcoming freshman field training. The office. The 10th grade teaching group. Qin Feng, how is your class doing? Teacher Xiao, the homeroom teacher of class 2 to 4 who was nearly middle-aged and looked like Abbess Miju, turned her chair. She was a top student. No one knew why she had come here to teach in a remote area. It's alright. One boy has a Bulbasaur, one girl has an Eevee with quite good talent, there's also a Charmander, and a Dratini. Speaking of this, even Qin Feng felt it was a bit strange. What kind of Pokemon was a Dratini? On the market, it was a Pokemon that couldn't be bought even with money. Now, one had actually ended up in her class. Bulbasaur, Eevee, Charmander, a Dratini. Abbess Miju immediately cried out in shock, especially when she muttered, Dratini. I'm not sure either. Maybe some young lady from a wealthy family is experiencing rural life. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Although she was in her class, she was usually elusive, like a divine dragon showing its head but not its tail. She couldn't control her either. Waving her hand, Qin Feng said, all right, enough talk. The students are getting on the bus. I need to go to the monitoring room to keep an eye on them. Every time there was a freshman field exercise, the students participating would be monitored via live stream no matter what. This time was no exception. To prevent any accidents, the location of the field exercise hadn't changed, it was just that the Pokemon originally used for training had all been replaced with virtual illusions this time. After getting off the school bus, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the forest entrance. This was the safari zone of Shuimu City, which used to be a large E-rank secret realm. It had now merged with reality. Secret realms are divided into micro, small, medium, large, and super large. Based on rank, they are divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The former distinguishes the size of the secret realm. The latter distinguishes the strength of the Pokemon within the secret realm. E-rank secret realm. The Pokemon inside would not exceed the common rank. And in the SS rank Snowy Mountain, Regice, known as one of the three Regis, had even appeared. The legendary Pokemon of this world are also divided into two types. One type is pseudo-legendary Pokemon, which are legendary Pokemon without a divine office, and the other type is legendary Pokemon that hold a divine office. I remember when the Pokemon Secret Realms first appeared. The one who can't fly, and Big Head Carp, had a fight near Sakura Country. The aftershocks alone almost caused that small island of Sakura Country to sink. Finally, the god of the sky, Rayquaza, stepped in to stop the battle between the two divine Pokemon. This also showed that legendary Pokemon with divine offices could easily destroy an island. This field exercise was an individual operation. Even the students were dropped off at different locations by separate buses. Everyone, for this field exercise, the school has eliminated many safety hazards for you. Do not, for the sake of showing off or any other reason, run outside the boundaries designated by the school. If you are truly in danger, press the button on your watch and hold on for a minute or two. The school's teachers will come to support you immediately. The teacher on the bus gave the final instructions. So, after the signal to start, everyone filed in. Because school had only just started, most people were unaware of each other's situations. However, because of the need to form a school team, some seed players would be noticed by school personnel as early as their freshman year. Especially the head of the school team. Luo Xing had flipped through the data of over 400 people several times over the past few days. Currently, only about 50 or so had caught his eye. However, this was only a selection based on the strength of their Pokemon. Specifically, how to choose would still depend on their performance. In the hands of some trainers, a Caterpie can be raised into a gym-level Butterfree. A Beedrill could even become a pseudo-champion. Luo Xing rubbed his temples and gave a bitter laugh. The freshmen's performances really each had their own merits. But there were still a few good prospects. Forget it, I'll focus on the sophomores first. This Growlithe is pretty good. Has this kid already chosen a second Pokemon in their sophomore year? It even knows Flamethrower. While the possibility of a TM can't be ruled out, learning Flamethrower at this stage is already very impressive. Luo Xing murmured in praise. As expected of a child from a wealthy family, they were able to raise their second Pokemon to the common rank in such a short time. They could be trained as a school team player for the next session, or rather, this session. Growlithe is a symbol of loyalty. Once it recognizes a master in its life, it will never betray them. The Growlithe on the screen looked majestic. After defeating a virtual Oddish with a single flamethrower, it looked high-spirited. Beside it stood a high-spirited and very proud boy. But if Lin Yu were here, he would be able to recognize him. This high-spirited youth had actually met him once before. Holy shit, a Dratini. The screen switched again, and a highlight automatically appeared before Luo Xing. After a blue and white Pokemon that looked like a small snake with wing-like ornaments on its head used Dragon Rage to one-shot a Beedrill. Luo Xing was completely excited. This must be a seed player. Good, good, good. It looks like the freshman class can still bring me many surprises. After seeing this, he turned his attention back to the freshman. This Charmander's Ember. Is this an advanced use of the skill? To be able to develop advanced usage at this age, not bad, not bad. Luo Xing's eyes sparkled. It seemed, quite a few seed players would emerge from this session. Charmander, how do you feel? Watching it one-shot a level 9 Venonat with a single move, Lin Yu asked. Green Maple Secret Realm. A secret realm that descended upon Shuimu City over a decade ago. Since most of the vegetation inside consisted of evergreen maple trees, it was later called the Green Maple Secret Realm. Aowu. Charmander raised its head, indicating there was no pressure at all. A trash mob like this could be dealt with a single scratch. It didn't even need to use Ember or Fire Punch. Unfortunately, the skills it could use were still too few. It would be great if it knew Flamethrower. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sighed. Money. If only he had money, he could directly buy a Flamethrower TM. But it wasn't a big problem. The points for an Oddish nearing the common rank were about 50. And these 50 points had actually put him in the top 40. Next, it was time to try the Rosemary. Hopefully, it would have a good effect. Taking out the illusory Rosemary from the system space, Lin Yu sprayed a bit of it on himself. Then he walked toward the depths of the secret realm. After a short while, a pair of crimson compound eyes quietly fixed on Lin Yu and Charmander. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Vibrating wings, twin needles like a knight's lances, and an upright tail held high. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Then he became excited. A level 13 Beedrill. Pokemon. Beedrill, fictional. Ability. Swarm. Gender. Male. Potential. Strength. Level 13. Skills. Poison Sting. Fury Attack, String Shot, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack. Introduction. An energy body fictionalized using illusions and Metagross's super strong calculation abilities, it has no reference value. Charmander, go. Looking at the surging battle intent in Charmander's eyes, Lin Yu knew it was already impatient. Awoo. Charmander let out a roar, the hot blood in its body surging at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Beedrill over there seemed unable to hold back any longer, white light flashing on its twin stingers. Fury Cutter. Attacks the opponent with sharp blades. If it hits consecutively, its power increases. Fire Punch. Test its edge. Lin Yu was not to be outdone. Flames flickered between its claws. The Beedrill's body was about 1.5 meters tall. That flashing white light in Charmander's claws collided fiercely. Fury Cutter's power only increases when it hits consecutively. But this time, the virtual Beedrill found that it didn't even have the ability to continue its Fury Cutter. Charmander's gaze was firm, and the flame on its tail burned even more fiercely. Awoo! With a sudden swing, the airborne Beedrill was even slammed to the ground by its strike. Nicely done. Don't give it a chance to counterattack, use Ember. Having gained the upper hand with one strike, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't give the Beedrill a chance to counter. The ember from its mouth could hardly be called an ember anymore, they were like fist-sized raindrops falling onto the Beedrill. The Beedrill's illusory body slowly turned into a burst of light, flowing into the point meter on Lin Yu's wrist. Against an illusory Pokemon, Charmander didn't need to show any mercy at all. A level 13 Beedrill was actually worth 500 points. Instantly, Lin Yu's ranking rose directly to 4th place. However, it soon dropped to 5th. Seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. As expected, there are still talented people in the school. A level 13 Beedrill still wasn't enough to let him take 1st place at this stage. The grade 10 is truly full of talented individuals. Charmander, we can't slack off. Awoo. Charmander widened its eyes, the pleasure of victory still rippling in its heart. Hearing Lin Yu say this, it also howled and swung its fists, indicating no problem. Since the effect of the rosemary was still active, Lin Yu naturally couldn't waste the opportunity. Most importantly, After using this rosemary, he could recognize the ingredients inside and then manufacture it using sub-profession expert. He had already collected quite a few of these herbs along the way. It was just that no one had noticed this yet. Inside the monitoring room, hundreds of screens were arranged in a dazzling array, which certainly looked messy. Therefore, as long as a student was in battle, their screen would be enlarged. One after another, the room had filled with grade 10 homeroom teachers, as well as 11th and 12th grade homeroom teachers from the seed classes. There were also some teachers specifically responsible for monitoring the screens. Qin Feng had just walked in. She heard a barrage of comments. Not bad, not bad. Qing Fei's growlith is indeed good. You can tell that Fire Fang has been trained for a long time. This Squirtle is also good. It can actually use water gun with perfect accuracy. And this Scyther, the early game advantage of this kind of Pokemon is just too great. Oh, Teacher Qin, you're here. Look, that student with the Dratini in your class is just playing around. She's not defeating the virtual Pokemon at all. Maybe she doesn't care for the school's rewards, Qin Feng said somewhat helplessly. On the screen, the girl's slender figure leaned against a tree, with the Dratini guarding by her side. Whenever an illusory Pokemon approached, it would be obliterated with a single Dragon Rage. She had no intention of actively searching for Pokemon at all. On the other side, holy cow, the Beedrill has no ability to resist at all. Which class is this student from? Luo Xing, the head of the school team, exclaimed in surprise. You should know that although they were virtual Pokemon this year, in reality, these virtual Pokemon were far more troublesome than in previous years. This was because these Pokemon were all based on the actual settings of Pokemon in the Safari Zone. Generally speaking, wild Pokemon are more aggressive. Their combat experience is also richer. Therefore, it's particularly difficult for ordinary students to deal with them. So far, more than a dozen students have already dropped out of the field training because they couldn't defeat the virtual Pokemon. What? The exclamation caught the attention of many teachers. They gathered around, looking at the boy's profile on the screen. Their mouths unconsciously fell open. A grade 10 student actually achieved 5th place. It was different from what Lin Yu thought. Lin Yu thought there were separate rankings for the 10th and grade 11s. But in fact, this ranking included all grades. Which means there were also 11th and 12th grade seniors. They weren't like the grade 10 kids who came with a playful attitude. Every upperclassman who could participate in the field training had taken on a mission and was aiming for the highest possible rank. If they were overtaken by a 10th grader, it would be truly embarrassing. 550. He just went in, right? Quick, play back the footage. What Pokemon did he kill? Common rank. This Fury Cutter looks like it's been at the common rank for a while. Fire Punch. So decisive. Fire Punch actually blocked Fury Cutter in one hit, and even had the potential to flip it over. This Charmander must have reached the common rank too. This muscle definition, this level of Fire Punch usage, this Charmander is incredible. Finally, a summary. Whose student is this? Someone shouted, Class 3. Who is the homeroom teacher for grade 10, Class 3? Actually, at the beginning, Qin Feng had placed her hopes on Yi Qingxie. After all, as a Dratini trainer, her Dratini seemed to one-shot any Pokemon it faced. Its Dragon Rage energy fluctuations were even close to reaching the gym level. But this young girl didn't seem to have any desire to win the championship. Seeing the screen surrounded over there, Qin Feng felt a bit envious. Which class was it this time that produced such a good student? And apparently, they're in the grade 10. I'm the teacher for class 3. Hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned, and a surprise like opening a mystery box welled up. Could it be one of mine? Your class is truly extraordinary. Someone remarked with emotion. First a Dratini, and now such a powerful Charmander. Qin Feng hurried forward, and the other teachers automatically made way. She immediately saw the student inside. It was indeed a student from her class, Lin Yu. What a pity, he went too deep and ran into a flock of Spearow. At this moment, a teacher suddenly said regretfully. Even though it's virtual, all the Pokemon inside have normal habits. On the screen, Charmander, having just killed the Beedrill, followed Lin Yu and ran head on into a flock of Spearow. Qin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. She had a strong impression of this student. Firstly, because he was almost the last child in the class to obtain a Pokemon. Secondly, because of the Charmander. This Pokemon had left a deep impression on her. At a time like this, he still has time to feed Charmander an energy cube. Pokemon. Spearow, fictional. Ability. Keen Eye. Gender. Male. Talent. Level. 11, 12, 13. Skills. Peck, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace. Description. An energy body created using illusions and Metagross's superior computational power. It has no reference value. A total of 6 Spearow surrounded Charmander. And they were all common level Spearow. Food supply station. Buff obtained. Special attack increases by 20% for a short time. It was nearing noon. Even the lush trees couldn't seem to block out the baking midday sun, their leaves curling up in exhaustion. At this moment, the scorching sunlight shone upon Charmander. The flame on its tail flared up suddenly, as if gasoline had been poured onto it. Ability. Solar power. Under sunny day, special attack increases. The cost is the consumption of its own HP. But with the existence of purification, even this small side effect was gone. Go, Charmander. Fire rain. Even though he was surrounded by 6 Spearow, Linyu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Awoo tilde. The unprecedented surge of power made Charmander feel like the protagonist at this moment. In the next second, a fireball the size of a basketball shot out and exploded in midair, turning into countless embers. There was no need to aim these embers at all. They scattered like bright, beautiful flowers, falling into the panicked flock of Spearow. They covered almost the entire 10-meter radius around them. As the saying goes, the poor use precision strikes, the rich use firepower coverage. This was exactly that. One Spearow after another failed to escape the fire rain, turning into streaks of white light that surged into Linyu's scoring watch. One move. In just one move, 6 Spearow of the same level were all reduced to nothingness. They didn't even have time to react. The 6 Spearow brought Linyu nearly 1,400 points. It propelled him directly into first place. Even the person in second place was 500 points behind him. Great job, Charmander. Under the double buffs, Linyu even felt that the power of this ember move was approaching that of a flamethrower. Let's keep going. There were still many talented people in the school. This many points wasn't enough to secure his first place position. Since he had already entered, he definitely wanted to be the number one among the freshmen. Having made up his mind, Linyu continued to head deeper in. Inside the monitoring room, question marks popped up over the foreheads of many teachers. Is this really a Charmander that a high school freshman could raise? It's so powerful. 6 Spearow of the same level, one-shotted with a single move. That's not scientific, is it? For a moment, the entire monitoring room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, save for the audio from the monitors. After a long while, one teacher muttered, "Solar power." However, his tone was filled with deep uncertainty. How could solar power provide such a massive boost? It probably is, after all. Didn't this kid give Charmander a top-quality energy cube before this? Most people turned their gazes toward Qin Feng with envy. In their eyes, aside from that Dratini trainer, this young man with the Charmander was a guaranteed future member of the school team. This new teacher really was lucky. One had to know that the school's awards and evaluations for teachers were all determined based on their students' performance. And entering the school team. That meant they could participate in various competitions, earning glory for the school. Teacher Chin's luck really is quite good. A teacher remarked with emotion. Advanced usage of a skill, even the simplest ember can be used like this. If it evolves into a Charizard later and learns those powerful fire-type moves, the thought alone is terrifying. Qin Feng smiled modestly, feeling as though she had picked up a hidden treasure. This really was a pleasant surprise. A large secret realm area was roughly the size of a city district capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people. Although it was divided into sectors. Once distributed into the secret realm, it was very difficult to run into allies unless they were in a pre-arranged team. From a certain perspective, the school's arrangement was quite fair. Even sophomore and junior students could only use their second Pokemon to participate. Under the shade of a tree, Xing Fei stroked the Growlithe beside him, looking more satisfied the more he watched it. Its brilliant, bright yellow fur fluttered in the wind, and its eyes were bright and spirited. The tiger-like stripes added a touch of handsomeness to Growlithe. Moreover, in terms of base stats, Arcanine's ceiling was even higher than Charizard's. But the Charmander. It was so poor that it couldn't even learn Ember. There must be something wrong with its body. Growlithe, for our mission this time, I don't ask for much. You must help me take first place among the sophomores in this competition. His dad had said it was a Charmander born from a master-level Charizard, but it was truly pathetic. Woof woof. Growlithe barked twice loyally. Xing Fei opened the point rankings, intending to see where he currently stood. Lin Yu, 1850. Participating Pokemon, Charmander. Zhou Huang, 1200. Participating Pokemon, Vulpix. Hu Bing, 1050. Participating Pokemon, Eevee. 8th place Xing Fei, 820. Participating Pokemon, Growlithe. He was relatively satisfied with this ranking. After all, in terms of time, he had only recently captured this Growlithe. It had only been a short month. Its growth speed and comprehension had already surpassed his first Pokemon. As expected of a Pokemon that came from the Flame Gym. They're both Charmander, so why is someone else's Charmander so strong? But who is this Lin Yu? I don't seem to have heard of this person in the junior school team. Looking at those high 1,850 points, Xing Fei let out a sigh of emotion. To obtain these points in just half a day. It indicated that the illusory Pokemon the opponent defeated were basically all above the common level. But just at that moment, he, who was originally ranked 8th, dropped one spot. He became 9th. 8th place Blue Lien, 840. Participating Pokemon, Puchina. His brow furrowed. This was the person who was always competing with him for first place among the sophomores. Have you rested enough, Growlithe? We need to go get points. My requirement has changed now. We must try our best to reach 5th place overall. Xing Fei stood up immediately and patted Growlithe. Growlithe hesitated slightly because, from just now until now, it had rested for less than 10 minutes. And the flamethrower it learned through a technical machine required a massive amount of energy every time it was used. Its whole body still felt a bit weak. But hearing its master's command, Growlithe could only force itself through the physical discomfort and nod. Unfortunately, Xing Fei didn't notice Growlithe's abnormality. Let's go, let's get more points. Xing Fei shouted and led Growlithe forward. That's right, I haven't opened today's entry yet. Lin Yu, who had been busy searching for points, suddenly remembered that he hadn't opened the system this morning. Besides, it was already the 3rd. The monthly entry would refresh tomorrow. Watching his Charmander defeat a Beedrill with Fire Punch, Lin Yu waved it over to rest. His points were now leading the second place contestant by almost 1,000. He shouldn't be surpassed. Opening the system, today happened to be the start of a new week. He clicked on the weekly entry. Green entry fast recovery. When equipped with this entry, energy will recover rapidly after exiting combat, while in combat, energy recovery is accelerated. Great, great, great. Charmander was just a bit out of breath right now. Lin Yu immediately swapped out food supply station. Arriving at this location, the rosemary completely fulfilled its purpose. Lin Yu didn't even need to search. One after another, Caterpie and Weedle would slowly crawl over, practically handing him points. Although these weak Pokemon didn't provide many points, generally between 10 and 50, they added up to a significant amount. Furthermore, these types of Pokemon hardly consumed any of Charmander's energy. A simple scratch was enough to defeat them instantly. In conclusion, a decent entry. Lin Yu was very satisfied. Tomorrow would be the start of a new month. He hoped to open an entry of a higher tier than Blue. About 5 minutes later, Charmander stood up and patted its chest, signaling that it had rested well. Alright, let's keep getting points. After using Eye of Investigation to sense Charmander's condition, Lin Yu enthusiastically led it to explore a new area. This level of momentum, requiring almost no rest, caused another wave of astonishment among the teachers in the monitoring room. That Ember. Could this Charmander really unleash it so freely? Its stamina, skill intensity, and overall strength left them almost dumbfounded. The point collection in the afternoon continued to go smoothly, with the effect of the rosemary proving consistently effective. It even allowed Lin Yu to further widen the gap with the second place contestant, pushing the point difference to 1,800. This gap left the various participating seniors feeling powerless. As members of the school team who had been together for 2 years, they were basically familiar with everyone who had made it onto the leaderboard in the past. But this, Lin Yu, was someone they had truly never heard of. Could he be one of those dark horses who keep a low profile on ordinary days but emerge at critical moments? When the gap was under 1,000, they still had the confidence to surpass him. But now, forget it, might as well just wash up and go to sleep. After 8 p.m., all the illusory Pokemon in the secret realm would return. A good night's sleep. When he woke up again, Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that Charmander had reached level 12. Leveling up was nothing more than a change in both the quantity and quality of energy. Some of the settings from his previous life were also reasonable in this world. Combat was indeed the fastest way for Pokemon to grow. In a good mood, Lin Yu opened today's monthly entry. A flash of purple light almost blinded him. Regardless of anything else, this flash of purple light gave Lin Yu a great sense of security. Purple entry, Forest Friend. When in a forest environment, energy recovery speed is increased by 500%, grass-type moves receive a slight boost, and most creatures will have a favorable impression of you. In short, it was a good entry, but for now, only the energy recovery speed was useful for Charmander. Why couldn't he get an entry useful for Ralts? Lin Yu had a bit of a headache. The situation now was that little Ralts didn't have any entry boosts yet. But there was no helping it. For now, he couldn't control the quality of the entry refreshes. Lin Yu opened the entry store again. He currently had 83 entry coins. But today, in addition to refreshing the entry reservation slot, the entry store also refreshed something that made Lin Yu very tempted. Entry locking slot allows one entry to be locked onto a Pokemon, thereby not consuming an entry usage slot. 10 entry coins today. Keystone Charizard random version. If the bond is sufficient, it allows Charizard to connect heart to heart with the trainer and evolve into Mega Charizard XY. 1,000 entry coins today. It looked very tempting, but the price of 1,000 made Lin Yu flinch. How could it be like this? Just as he was complaining about how the system was just dangling a carrot in front of him, an item caught his attention. Reservation slot. Can reserve one item in the store, preventing it from refreshing, 1 entry coin. A timely help. The system really knew how to do favors. Lin Yu muttered a complaint, but still obediently bought it, and then used this slot on the keystone. Still, this item was decent. At least in the future, when he saw an item he wanted, he wouldn't have any regrets. Taking advantage of the early morning before the live stream started, Lin Yu quickly let Ralts out for some fresh air. Ralts tilde. As soon as the little one came out, it happily squinted its eyes and then darted into Lin Yu's arms. After feeding Ralts for a while, it was almost 8 o'clock. The virtual Pokemon appeared again. Because he didn't know how the sophomores and seniors were doing, Lin Yu and Charmander continued to work very hard during the following day's training. In the end, he scored a full 5,200 points, leading the second place by over 3,000 points. Leaving most students unable to catch up. They started to wonder who on earth this student named Lin Yu was. To be so capable. 8 a.m. on the third day. The points watch emitted the notification that the training had ended right on time. This training session has ended. Please follow the route planned on your watch and return to the starting point. This message was repeated 3 times. At the same time, a bright red route appeared on the watch. It could only be said that this training session couldn't even allow Charmander to unleash its full strength. Like the splash ability or fairy wings. There was simply no need to utilize these entries. However, Lin Yu could understand. After all, this was just a large E-rank secret realm, and the school had deployed the virtual Pokemon according to this standard. E-rank secret realm. At most, only normal tier Pokemon would appear. As he got closer and closer to the meeting point designated by the school, Lin Yu saw some familiar faces from his class. Most of them were disheveled and covered in dirt. It looked like 2 days of jungle life had put them through a lot of suffering. But at this moment, when they saw Lin Yu and Charmander, it was like seeing a ghost. What the heck? They were still struggling for 100 or 200 points, while he had already farmed 5,000. If this isn't science fiction, what is? Perhaps because Lin Yu didn't chat with anyone on ordinary days, no one dared to come up and strike up a conversation. Except for a girl who seemed to be suffering from some kind of interference. Beside her, a blue and white Pokemon that looked like a small snake was drifting about. Excuse me, are you a freshman this year? He had long heard that among the 10th grade freshmen, there was a girl with a Dratini who was exceptionally beautiful. Ching Fei had originally been a bit skeptical. What kind of Pokemon was Dratini? Among the secret realms discovered so far, it was a Pokemon that only appeared on the mysterious Dragon Island. How could it be here? He heard that only a certain family in Kyoto that had reached an agreement with Dragon Island could go there and form a bond with a Dratini. Thinking of this, Ching Fei subconsciously glanced down at the Growlithe at his feet. A faint look of disdain flickered in his eyes. Something like a Growlithe was still too subpar. The Growlithe below seemed to sense something and looked up, giving its master a bright smile. But it was heartlessly ignored by him. Having been pampered since childhood, his father was a professional trainer recognized by the Pokemon League. That was how he was able to obtain a Pokemon like Growlithe from the League. But in reality, he was still unsatisfied. It was the same with the Charmander at the beginning, and it was the same with the current Growlithe. If he could get close to this girl, would he have a chance to get a Dratini? Yi Qingxie glanced at him, gave a perfunctory nod, and then began looking around. Strange. Why hasn't he come out yet? Excuse me, I'm Ching Fei from the 11th grade, this field training. Fine, I get it. Yi Qingxie impatiently pulled away and jogged over to Lin Yu, who was approaching from a distance. Leaving Ching Fei behind, gritting his teeth. Brother, you're amazing. The girl's crisp voice washed over Lin Yu's soul like a clear spring. Lin Yu, who had been in the jungle for 2 days, didn't react for a moment. Don't be playful. Out of habit, Lin Yu flicked her cute nose, making her frown. Is this your Charmander? It's so impressive. Looking at the well-defined muscles and lustrous skin of the Charmander, Yi Qingxie asked curiously. During the field training, as she watched Lin Yu's score skyrocket, she had already guessed that this Charmander was not ordinary. Now, it seemed to exceed her imagination even more. Stop it, I'm nowhere near as good as you. Lin Yu subconsciously inspected the Dratini floating around her shoulders. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he was secretly shocked. This girl is really overqualified for this place. Pokemon. Dratini. Ability. Marvel Scale. Gender. Female. Potential. Champion. Level. 25. Skills. Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Glare, Wrap, Thunder Wave, Twister, Agility. Description. A Dratini with exceptional potential. The description was simple. A Dratini with exceptional potential. But the data above could only be described as magnificent. Level 25. For real. Lin Yu knew that for most members of the 12th grade school team, their first Pokemon were mostly at the peak of the common rank. That is, around level 19, and rarely reaching the superior rank. This meant that the current Yi Qingxie would absolutely dominate even against the school team. After realizing this, Lin Yu felt even more emotional about her background. I wonder who will be lucky enough to end up with this girl in the future. Lin Yu muttered to himself. But at the thought of her becoming someone else's partner in the future, he felt inexplicably sad. He wanted to say something more. But then, a voice came over the loudspeaker. It was essentially telling the students to find their classes and prepare to return, where the rankings and rewards for this freshman field training would be announced. Let's go, brother. Seeing Lin Yu looking a bit out of place, the girl smiled. The boy who used to lecture her every day and seemed to provide such a sense of security had actually become more reserved now that she had grown up. Lin Yu wanted to flick her nose again, but in the end, he just awkwardly rubbed his head and let her lead him by the hand. Although Lin Yu's mental age was already over 30. But in both of his lives, he had been single since birth, okay. Before, she was still small and hadn't fully developed, because there were few beds in the orphanage, they could squeeze together until dawn. But now, even holding hands could make him blush. How did she develop so quickly? Every curve that should be there was already there. Isn't she only in the 10th grade? Charmander. After the girl left, Ching Fei's gaze remained on her, watching her walk over to the Charmander's trainer. He couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. So she's also a woman who admires the strong. That Charmander was obviously the one belonging to that Lin Yu on the leaderboard. It seemed he had overthought it. A woman like her probably just got lucky to obtain that Dratini. Because his back was turned, he didn't see what Lin Yu looked like. The Charmander's appearance had changed so much. Ching Fei didn't even suspect that this was the very same Charmander he had discarded like trash. This girl is really lucky to actually be able to get a Dratini. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt, especially since he hadn't taken first place among the 11th graders this time. He actually kicked the Growlithe. I didn't even get first place in the 11th grade this time. You're useless. Awoo. The Growlithe didn't understand why its master suddenly kicked it. It carefully tucked its tail and approached, trying to comfort him. He didn't feel satisfied and cursed at it a few more times. When we get back, you'd better train hard for me. Useless trash. However, this scene was caught by a teacher who was returning from patrolling the students. The teacher immediately caught him, asked for his class and name, and gave him a stern ideological lecture. He was also made to write a 5,000-word self-reflection and apologize to the Growlithe. On the bus back, the gazes from those around him were intense, but Lin Yu didn't find it strange. After all, after achieving that score, he had expected this. But then Qin Feng got on the bus and told him with a look of pleasant surprise. You did great in this field training. Not only did you take first place in the 10th grade, but you also took first place in the entire school. The school is thinking about what reward to give you. Lin Yu. Old Qin's expression didn't seem fake, which meant that the ranking was for the whole school. After realizing this, Lin Yu was a bit stunned. It turned out he hadn't just taken first place in the 10th grade, but first place in the whole school. So, what are the rewards? He asked tentatively. The school is planning to give you a slot for a second Pokemon contract, a choice of AC rank Fire-type secret treasure, and 10 Dragon Fire fruits. It must be said that the school was really going all out this time. However, in return, you'll need to join the school team in the 11th grade and participate in competitions. Before Lin Yu could celebrate, Qin Feng spoke again. Lin Yu thought this condition was fair. After all, if the school spares no effort in nurturing you, you should do something for them in return, right? Alright, and in that regard, I'll also give you enough freedom. From now on, as long as you keep your academic grades passing, you can take leave whenever you want. The school's rewards arrived very quickly, delivered just one day later. Generally speaking, a second Pokemon can only be obtained with recognition from a professional organization, such as a school, the Pokemon League, a hospital, or the military. Among these, school recognition is the simplest. To get certified by the Pokemon League, one needs their first Pokemon to reach superior level, or to have formed a bond for over a year. With this, Ralts now had a legitimate opportunity to appear. After securing the second slot, Lin Yu immediately reported Ralts to the Pokemon League. The little one was very happy. What is this called? This is called having an official status by Lin Yu's side. There was another piece of good news. The entry store refreshed with a TM for a new day. Fire Spin traps the opponent in a violently rotating vortex of fire for 4 to 5 turns, dealing damage each turn. Coupled with the Dragon Fire Fruit's boost to Charmander's special attack, its strength increased significantly again during the short few days of vacation. It successfully leveled up to 13. As for that C grade or higher stone, the school gave Lin Yu the power to choose. 1 C grade Fire Stone, and a C grade Carbon Stone, which is a type of item that can provide a 10% to 30% boost to Fire-type moves for Pokemon below the Lord rank. The stronger the Pokemon, the less the boost provided. As for the Fire Stone, it can provide fire energy, accelerating the speed at which Charmander improves its strength. After thinking about it, Lin Yu chose the Fire Stone. Although the Carbon Stone was good, for the time being, it wouldn't provide much help to Charmander. What Lin Yu wanted was to be able to make Charmander stronger quickly in a short period. Becoming strong first to drive later strength, this was the key. Then, the most important thing was that Lin Yu suspected he didn't have much lifespan left. Because during a daily entry refresh, he actually rolled a red entry. Red entry combat absorption. In battle, the Pokemon's growth speed is faster. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to equip this entry to Ralts. Then, he bitterly made Charmander a sparring partner. The little one also successfully leveled up to 10, promoting to the normal stage, and even made progress, reaching level 11. The power of a red entry is truly terrifying. September 6th. 1 month. Lin Yu had gone from an ordinary person to a potential stock with elite level potential. The vacation is over again. Time to go to school to register for the school team reserve, Ralts. Lin Yu rested his arms on the table, watching Ralts skillfully draw his portrait using confusion. The version of him on the A4 paper was also lying on the table. He looked pretty handsome, after all. The plain white art style couldn't stop the youthfulness of the boy, and floating next to him was itself. Ralts tilde Ralts tilde. Ralts had fine beads of sweat on its forehead, controlling the paintbrush to outline the final stroke, and nodded with satisfaction. This was the most perfect image of Lin Yu in its heart. The wandering child had finally found a home. Afterward, it controlled the paper so it floated in front of Lin Yu. Well drawn. Lin Yu stroked its head. Ralts tilde. Ralts hummed comfortably. So cute. Lin Yu was charmed. Thinking about how Ralts, who was like a little girl now, would become a graceful goddess-like Gardevoir in the future, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Should this count as raising? The long-awaited vacation passed. After saying goodbye to Old Chin, Lin Yu ran directly to the school's team management office. According to Old Chin, the person in charge of the school team was a retired soldier, so he would be quite strict. You must be Lin Yu. But when Lin Yu met him, he didn't think so. The man before him had a burly build, with a somewhat fierce aura between his brows. When he saw him, he was reprimanding the students in front of him. But as soon as he saw Lin Yu, his expression immediately softened. Quick, 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 let your Charmander out and let me see. Lin Yu didn't understand why, but he still quickly released Charmander. Good, 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 simply perfect. This Charmander of yours should be evolving soon, right? Looking at Charmander's nearly perfect body, Luo Xing asked. He suddenly had an idea. This Charmander was undoubtedly strong in the normal stage. It just so happened that this year, the second-year students also started the high school league, and he wanted Lin Yu to participate in this year's second-year high school league. It should be soon. Actually, it was still 3 levels short. In the game, Charmander evolved at level 16. Lin Yu believed that these 3 levels would pass quickly. Don't look at it as just 3 levels. In reality, without resources and training, a Pokemon's strength would gradually stagnate as its growth period passed. Luo Xing pondered for a moment, glanced at the few students next to him. They are all reserve school team members from this year's first-year class, but I think they are far inferior compared to you. Mainly, I think that you, right now, are already capable of participating in the second-year high school league. Lin Yu's performance during the training session was undoubtedly the standard of a qualified trainer. Whether it was that Beedrill or that group of Spearow. Luo Xing never saw any strange emotions on his face from beginning to end. This meant everything was under his control. In other words, this Charmander had an even more powerful trump card that hadn't been used yet. Without using its trump card, Charmander was already on par with, or even faintly surpassing, the members of the second-year school team. Lin Yu didn't react for a moment. He, a freshman who had just entered the first year, was going to represent the school in a competition between schools. Yeah, although the second-year high school league is newly opened this year, it is particularly important. You also know that there are 8 Pokemon high schools in Shuimu City, and according to rumors, in the Chunghwa district, the Mystery Management Bureau discovered a small D-rank mystery area. At that time, if you can get a good ranking in the high school league, you will have the opportunity to enter the mystery area for exploration. A newly opened mystery area is when it has the most resources. After he finished saying this in one breath, he picked up the sports water bottle on the side and took a sip. This caused the top few freshmen from this training session standing nearby to look at each other and smile bitterly. Among them, Lin Yu even saw a familiar face. It was Wang Miao. Seeing Lin Yu fix his gaze on him, he returned a bitter smile. He originally thought he would be a second-year senior. He didn't expect Lin Yu to be a freshman too, which made him feel ashamed. The gap between people. Why is it so big? Lin Yu's heart stirred. Chunghwa District, isn't that where he took Charmander to train? That must be the mystery area he discovered. How could it just be a small D-rank mystery area? Could a small D-rank mystery area produce an elite level Ralts? That's equivalent to rolling a red entry from a daily entry refresh. Actually, whether to explore or not didn't matter. It was just because he had the power to enter that mystery area at any time. However, being able to stand on the stage and battle with other powerful trainers would be a very good stage. If he wanted to become a champion in the future, then battles would definitely not be lacking. Lin Yu punched towards Charmander. Charmander, do you have confidence? Charmander's face was full of fighting spirit, and it punched back to meet him. At this moment, their two hearts seemed to have merged together. As for the others, they became witnesses to the bond between them. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Monster World. Starting with a character binding system. Part 2. Luo Xing watched somewhat blankly, and for a moment, he seemed to see the scene of his first encounter with his own Pokemon. But soon, his large hand slapped heavily onto Lin Yu's shoulder, making the latter grimace in pain. Stop being so sentimental. Since you've decided to participate, you have a mission now, to obtain a second Pokemon. The high school league requires 2 Pokemon. Luo Xing revealed his true nature, staring wide-eyed as he asked, what do you think? Alright, I'll get on it right away. Seeing this, he stopped talking and had Lin Yu rejoin the group. He began to assign the training tasks. Today's training is simple, just try to synchronize with your Pokemon as much as possible. At first, everyone took it lightly. But soon, these newcomers felt the difficulty. For example, long-distance running. A 5-kilometer run was basically effortless for a Charmander. But how could a bunch of student kids keep up with a Pokemon's speed? Yet, this coach, who had retired from the military, kept shouting, "You are their trainers. Don't you know how hard they usually train? Moreover, if you explore secret realms in the future, wild Pokemon won't treat you as trainers." Everyone understood the reasoning. But they just lacked someone to push them. Now that they were being pushed, they could only run miserably. After 5 kilometers, everyone was panting with exhaustion. Lin Yu quickly equipped fast recovery onto himself. Within 5 minutes, his entire spirit and energy were fully restored. This left Wang Miao, who was standing beside him, staring in a daze. Even his Squirtle was exhausted, drinking water directly from a tap. Lin Yu, aren't you tired? Huh, I'm okay. Maybe it's because I usually train, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. He hadn't even broken much of a sweat. He had inadvertently shown off again. Humans in this world could almost be considered a type of Pokemon. Wang Miao looked at him as if looking at a monster. It was one thing for the Pokemon's growth speed to be ridiculous, but how could the trainer be so ridiculous too? After a day of training, no one wanted to move anymore, except for Lin Yu, who acted as if nothing had happened. This is the difficulty of the reserve school team. If anyone wants to quit, leave now. If not, there will be training like this every day from now on. Lin Yu quickly asked, what about me? As for you, as long as it doesn't interfere with your academic classes, come whenever you want. If there's something with the sophomore school team, I'll have your homeroom teacher notify you. Luo Xing was extremely satisfied with Lin Yu. Not only was his Pokemon powerful, but Lin Yu's own physical fitness had also been trained. For someone like him, perhaps letting him figure things out on his own would yield better results. In other words, Lin Yu now had what every student wanted most. The right to take unlimited leave. By the way, since Charmander is a fire type, you can go to the Flame Gym to learn. Try to learn a few more skills before the high school league. Here is my business card. That old fellow Zhang Yu and I are acquaintances. Below, Wang Miao and the others once again felt the injustice of the world. But there was nothing they could do. Taking the card and looking at the familiar dark face on it, Lin Yu chuckled. Those two must be former comrades in arms, right? It just so happens that I know him too. Flamethrower is a skill that almost every fire-type Pokemon must learn. Lin Yu had been longing for this skill for a long time. Reminded by Luo Xing, Lin Yu suddenly realized that besides buying technical machines that cost hundreds of thousands, going to a gym to learn was also an opportunity. No sooner said than done. After school, Lin Yu immediately hailed a taxi and went to the Flame Gym. The Flame Gym lived up to its name. As soon as he entered, Lin Yu could feel a scorching heat. He had heard that behind the gym, there was a massive underground lava chamber. Therefore, the concentration of fire element energy here was very high. It could be called a paradise for fire-type Pokemon. However, here, Lin Yu saw someone he disliked. The other party saw him too. Beside the surging lava lake, a Growlithe was controlling flames. Beside the Growlithe, Ching Fei's expression was cold. Lin Yu recognized him at a glance. The man who had abandoned Charmander on that rainy night. It's you. Ching Fei recognized Lin Yu instantly, but his eyes flickered away as he pretended not to know him. Lin Yu had no intention of seeking him out either. He was here to see the gym leader to see if Charmander could learn Flamethrower. Just at that moment, Zhang Yu walked over from a distance with his Charizard. Moreover, he spotted Lin Yu immediately. You kid, did you time this perfectly? The first secret realm exploration was just completed, the secret treasure will be delivered to you in a while. Lin Yu didn't waste words either. He pulled out a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, Charmander made its grand entrance. No, I want my Charmander to learn Flamethrower. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed immediately. A Charmander learning Flamethrower. Why were the rookie trainers these days so overly ambitious? Forcing a Pokemon to learn a skill before its energy reached the standard could easily cause its energy to wither quickly, thus affecting its growth. Over there, Ching Fei was staring at Lin Yu the whole time. The moment Charmander was released, his eyes widened as if he were seeing something unbelievable. This Charmander. Why does it look so familiar? It looks like that Charmander belonging to the first place Lin Yu during the field training. Looking at Lin Yu's silhouette again, an increasingly familiar feeling welled up in his heart. That day, when the field training ended, the back of the first place winner looked just like this. Could it be? A possibility with a near zero probability surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this Charmander was the one he had abandoned on that rainy night? Impossible. At that thought, he almost roared out loud. What's wrong? Zhang Yu really disliked this child, who had been entrusted to him by an old friend. He was too utilitarian. He didn't treat Pokemon as partners, but rather as tools to become stronger. No, it's nothing. Although the probability was low, the current situation already told him the truth. This Charmander was very likely the one he had abandoned. But Ching Fei didn't dare to admit now that he was the one who abandoned the Charmander. To his father, he had said that the Charmander couldn't handle the high-intensity training and ran away. He said he had searched for a long time but couldn't find it. So impulsive. Zhang Yu cursed under his breath, then turned his attention back to Lin Yu. It's too early for a Charmander to learn Flamethrower. The required fire energy concentration is too high. Forcing it to learn will yield poor results, it's better to let it learn naturally. Lin Yu nodded with regret. You're Lin Yu, right? I challenge you to a trainer battle. Ching Fei, having been scolded, found it more and more impossible to believe, almost to the point of obsession. How could the Charmander have helped him win first place in the field training? And even be the first place in the entire school? Is he here? Looking at the flushed face of the disbelieving Ching Fei, Lin Yu had long known this day would come. Charmander's background. One day, Lin Yu would take Charmander on the path to compete for the champion title. By then, there was a certain probability that Charmander's rising fame would lead its original owner to recognize it. But he hadn't expected that this day would come so soon. And, by the looks of it, the other party was wearing the uniform of Shuimu 3rd Middle School. He was a student from the same school. Come on. No more words were needed. Lin Yu wanted him to see just how big of a mistake it was to abandon Charmander back then. Awoo. Charmander's fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. Looking at Ching Fei, its eyes held only a surging desire to battle. Only through comparison can one see the gap. Compared to Ching Fei's insults, Lin Yu truly treated it as a partner. Pokemon are simple-minded, but they can tell who treats them well. The two of you. Fine, there's a battle arena over there, find a spot and fight it out yourselves. Zhang Yu waved his hand, leaving them to it. They reached the battle arena. Lin Yu could see his eyes wide open, his expression full of disbelief. Clearly, he didn't believe this was the Charmander he had abandoned. Growlithe, flamethrower. Just as both sides took their positions, a surging flame erupted. Good. Charmander, fire punch. Fire against fire. That arm-thick pillar of fire wasn't even as large as Charmander's ember. Qing Fei watched the duel nervously. The next moment, his expression turned dejected. He saw the flamethrower he had placed high hopes on snuffed out by Charmander as easily as a small flicker of flame. Meanwhile, Growlithe was defeated in a single blow by the ensuing fire punch, lying on the ground whimpering. The gap was actually this big. Beautifully done, Charmander. Through Lin Yu's eye of investigation, this Growlithe was only level 11, and its talent was merely gym level. With such strength, it was only natural for it to be defeated in one hit by Charmander. How is this possible? It can't be the Charmander. His pupils dilated, his expression was dazed, and he pointed a finger at Charmander. What's impossible? There are only trash trainers, no trash Pokemon. Looking at the despondent Qing Fei, Lin Yu snorted in disdain. Someone who couldn't handle a setback like this was clearly not destined for greatness. Wait, Charmander, I'm your trainer, come back. But Charmander only gave him a glance before following Lin Yu away without the slightest lingering attachment. People like him would never look for the problem within themselves. Nor would they ever feel regret. They would only think that since Charmander used to be their Pokemon, then now, if they called, it should return to their side. Upon returning from the gym, Lin Yu was surprised to find that Charmander's level had actually risen by 2 in just a few days, reaching level 15. Furthermore, it had learned Flamethrower on its own. Lin Yu thought about it and felt it must be due to a change in its state of mind. Being abandoned on that rainy night had always been a knot in its heart. This was related to its subsequent hard training and its conviction to grow stronger at every possible moment. Wasn't it all to prove itself? Now that the knot was untied, it was normal for its strength to advance by leaps and bounds. September 10th. School team members meet and greet. Every member of the school team, provided their academic grades were passing, could be said to be outside the school's direct management. A new week. What couldn't be missed, of course, was the weekly entry. But the goddess of luck didn't seem to favor him this week, giving him a white tier 1. I'm a clown. I am a clown. After being rejected by the opposite romance, the heart feels lost, and damage dealt to the opposite romance is reduced by 30%. It wasn't just that the goddess of luck didn't favor him. The goddess of misfortune certainly did. This was entirely a negative entry. It was a sign to stop being a simp. Decomposing it yielded 5 entry coins. Afterward, he helplessly opened today's entry store. After a period of accumulation, Lin Yu's entry coins had reached triple digits. Lin Yu skimmed past the familiar items at a glance. But soon, his eyes lit up. Psychic bandana. After wearing, psychic power intensity increases by 5%, 30%, 75 entry coins. This bandana was sky blue, looking like a silk scarf. Although the price was expensive, Lin Yu still placed an order immediately. As the sky blue bandana arrived, he immediately called Ralts out of its Pokeball. Ralts was only level 12 now. Compared to Charmander, its combat power was much lower. If he could use a secret treasure to bridge the gap, that would be a viable method. The little one shyly brushed aside the short hair covering its face and looked at Lin Yu. Ralu tilde, what is it, Lin Yu? Ralts, come here. I haven't given you a gift since we became partners. This is for you. Ralu tilde, yay. The bandana seemed to have a self-stretching effect. Once on Ralts, it naturally tied itself around its head. Rustle. An invisible current of air suddenly took shape. Ralts's psychic power surged in an instant. Lin Yu estimated that this psychic bandana currently provided Ralts with about 2 to 3 levels worth of psychic intensity. Thanks to the little one's usual training in controlling psychic power, the surging psychic power was tamed by it in an instant. Ralu. My psychic power increased. Ralts immediately felt the change and cried out in shock. Shouldn't the focus be on how much prettier Ralts has become? Lin Yu had tied the sky blue bandana into a small bow, decorating its head and making it look bright and eye-catching. Ralu. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Sometimes, teasing the shy Ralts was really fun. But the next moment, his entire body floated up. The sudden sense of weightlessness made Lin Yu wave his hands around anxiously. Skill. Confusion. Now, Ralts's confusion was fully capable of lifting the weight of several adults. Helpless, Lin Yu had no choice but to admit his mistake. I was wrong, Ralts, put me down. Only then did Ralts let him down. Ralu. Ralts turned its head away, a sweet feeling welling up in its heart. Because he played with Ralts for a while, by the time he finally reached school, there was only 1 minute left before the assembly time. Shwimu 3rd Middle School. Training ground. The sophomore school team was being formed for the first time, and he was the last to arrive. Lin Yu took a brief scan. There were 5 people in total, 2 boys and 3 girls, including him, there were exactly 6. And that Growlithe trainer was there too. Seeing him, Lin Yu immediately frowned. Why did he run into him everywhere? 1 minute left, your timing is impeccable. The school team coach, Luo Xing, glanced at his phone, his face instantly darkening. Being this lax at the first meeting wouldn't do. How is the search for your second Pokemon going? I found it, I found it. Coming out, coming out. Lin Yu said hurriedly. As the red light dissipated, Ralts appeared suspended in the air. Seeing so many people, it shyly flew onto Lin Yu's shoulder. Wow, a Ralts. So cute Tilda. Several girls in the team immediately crowded around, wanting to pet it. But the little fellow had no desire to be touched by anyone other than Lin Yu. Noticing this, Lin Yu politely declined them with a smile. A Ralts. Not bad. After seeing the Pokemon Lin Yu released, Luo Xing's expression, which had been dark, softened considerably. Ralts, a psychic-type Pokemon, already possessed combat capability once it learned confusion. Alright, I didn't gather you all just for a simple meet and greet. This year's Grade 11 High School League begins on the 15th, which is in 5 days. Luo Xing waved his hand and dropped a bombshell. Everyone was startled. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Isn't the Grade 11 League usually held in March? Why is it so early this year?" Yeah, exactly, why is it so early this year? Luo Xing pressed his hands down, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. Although this is sudden, there is a reason. AD rank minor secret realm was discovered in Chunghwa district. Therefore, the rewards for this league will primarily revolve around this minor secret realm. The winning school will be granted exploration rights to this secret realm. In short, this isn't just beneficial for you, for the school. It is also a great opportunity. At this point, Luo Xing also felt a bit of anxiety. Because the time was simply too short, so short that he couldn't perform any data analysis at all. No wonder the other schools had postponed their usual start of term drills or entrance tests until after October. Wasn't that just to hide their school's contestants? Only Shwimu 3rd Middle School was foolish enough to hold a field drill. Fortunately, it was regarding the second Pokemon. Hearing the keyword, Secret Realm, everyone's spirits clearly soared, but before they could chat for more than a few sentences, Luo Xing barked them into silence. Everyone, release your Pokemon first and get to know each other. Everyone moved aside, clearing a sizable space. Red lights flashed. One Pokemon after another appeared in the open space. It had to be said, as expected of school team members, everyone had at least one Pokemon that had reached level 15 or higher. Grovyle, Puccina, Beedrill, Spearow. Looking down the line, they were all decent Pokemon. There was a Bulbasaur whose talent had even reached the Lord level. Lin Yu took note of its trainer, a shy girl wearing thick, black-rimmed glasses with fine freckles on her cheeks. She was quite cute. Seeing Lin Yu look her way, Cha Wanwan shyly returned a smile. There was also a Braixen at level 17, and its trainer was also a girl. As for the Growlithe trainer's other Pokemon, it actually exceeded his expectations. It was actually a second stage evolution, a Grovyle. Level 17. Talent. Gym. It looked like its development was quite good. Report the skills your Pokemon know, then give a brief self-introduction. You'll need to train together to build synergy later. Qing Fei, let's start with you. Qing Fei from grade 11 class 3. My Pokemon is Grovyle. Skills are Seed Gun, Leaf Blade, and Growlithe. Skill is Flamethrower. Yukina from Grade 11 Class 1. My Pokemon is Braixen. Skills. Zhu Yuli from Grade 11 Class 4. My Pokemon is Pidgeotto. Skill is Quick Attack. Soon, it was Lin Yu's turn. Ahem, Lin Yu from Grade 10 Class 3. My Pokemon are Charmander. Skills are Scary Face, Ember, Fire Punch, Scratch, and Ralts. Skills are Confusion, Double Team. As soon as Lin Yu finished his introduction, several pairs of eyes were suddenly fixed on him. It could be said that all eyes were on him. These past few days. His name had resonated throughout the entire Shuimu 3rd Middle School. Who didn't know that in this grade 10 drill, a grade 10 named Lin Yu had suppressed all the upperclassmen to take first place. Among those suppressed upperclassmen were some of them. So, you're that little junior. The trainer of the Braixen was a beautiful girl with flowing silver hair named Yukina. She looked cold and icy, but her personality was a complete mismatch for her appearance. She was very outgoing and friendly. Lin Yu responded with a humble smile, "It's all thanks to Charmander. I'm just basking in its reflected glory." What a modest junior. Haha, how interesting. The senior girl laughed heartily. Their conversation was witnessed by Qing Fei, and the jealousy and hatred in his heart grew even heavier. This Charmander should have been his. Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned around, his brow furrowing instantly. What is it? Is this guy never going to leave me alone? I want another Pokemon duel with you. With your Growlithe. Lin Yu glanced at the Growlithe beside him. The once majestic and handsome Growlithe now had a timid gaze and a drooping tail, looking extremely lacking in confidence. He felt quite a bit of pity in his heart. It seemed this Growlithe was going through what Charmander had once experienced. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be another Lin Yu for it to meet. No, I'll use Grovyle to battle your Charmander. His eyes were almost completely filled with jealousy and hatred. Right now, he didn't hate Lin Yu as much as he hated Charmander. It was clearly his Pokemon, how could it follow someone else now? You're delusional. Why the hell should I fight you? Lin Yu didn't indulge him in the slightest. To the others, their conflict seemed to come out of nowhere. Only Lin Yu knew. This guy was a nuisance. What's all the shouting about? The high school league hasn't even started, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves. If you have this much energy, use it to compete in the league. Whoever ranks higher is the one with real ability. Luo Xing's loud shout interrupted Qing Fei, who was about to speak again. It also caused Lin Yu to nod disinterestedly. Fine, Lin Yu, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you in the league. Lin Yu glanced at him, expressionless. He really wasn't afraid to let Charmander go toe-to-toe with this Grovyle. After all, it was only level 17, and its talent was only gym level. After Charmander's psychological knot was untied, its strength had increased by an unknown amount compared to before. Add to that the type advantage and today's sunny day weather. If he revealed even a few more of his trump cards, Grovyle might not even last a single move. He checked Charmander's status panel. Pokemon. Charmander. Ability. Solar Power. Gender. Male. Talent. Elite. Level. 15. Skills. Scratch, Fire Punch, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Ember. Description. A Charmander that has undergone a complete transformation of its marrow and essence. Equipped entries. Purification, Fixed, Hard Work Pays Off, Food Supply Station, King of Salted Fish. September 13th. The goddess of luck smiled upon Lin Yu once again. A mundane daily trait roll unexpectedly yielded a green trait. Green upgradable trait, blood drinking. Every time physical damage is dealt, 10% of the damage dealt can be absorbed as health and energy. An upgradable trait. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen such a trait, but the effect was truly excellent. As long as physical damage is dealt, health can be absorbed. In battles, this was undoubtedly a trait that maximized endurance. Although the lifesteal was still a bit low for now. But since the system stated it could be upgraded, the effects would surely get better and better in the future. Over the past few days, the coach had spared no effort to simulate the high school league selection process, digging up information from somewhere on top-seeded students from other schools in their second year. He also conducted a psychological counseling session before the league, telling them that they just needed to do their best during the matches. As for Charmander, it didn't become arrogant or complacent just because it had defeated Growlithe. It continued to spar with Ralts as usual. It must be mentioned here. The little one, now wearing the focus band, had seen its strength increase by a significant margin, and furthermore, it had learned a new move. Substitute. This was a move learned after its level naturally increased. Through a period of sparring practice, the substitute constructed through life energy was no different from a real physical body. Its strength had also increased significantly. The outcome of its duels with Charmander had also become much more intense. Although it still won fewer times than it lost. Moreover, Lin Yu had a premonition that Charmander was close to evolving, it might even happen during this league. The day before the competition, Old Chin summoned Lin Yu. When he arrived at the office, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The bright and beautiful childhood sweetheart always made one feel refreshed. Inside the office, it wasn't just Old Chin, Yi Qingshe was there too. You've both arrived. It's truly strange, I'm a first-year teacher, yet I have to worry about the high school league for the second and third years. Old Chin laughed with a sigh, then handed over 2 forms, these are the entry details. Fill them out, it's mainly about your Pokemon. Once filled out, they cannot be changed. Although he was sighing, he couldn't help but feel proud of them in his heart. In the past, when had a first-year student ever participated in the high school league? What's more, both of them actually had the potential to place in their respective grade levels. Especially this girl. A guaranteed first place. She must have a powerful background. And this boy, I heard he came out of an orphanage. To be able to reach such a position coming from a commoner background, he must have put in a lot of effort. Third year. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the girl beside him. The latter gave a playful smile, then winked, looking lively and cute. Okay, Teacher Tilda. Yi Qingshe responded obediently, then finished filling out the form. Lin Yu leaned over to take a look. 2 Pokemon. A Dratini, and a Beldum. These weren't just Pokemon, these were 2 massive mountains. Although pseudo-legendaries had the title of being late bloomers. But that was only relatively speaking. Their growth speed might be a bit slower than the starter Pokemon whose combat power matures quickly. But once they grew up, they would absolutely be any trainer's trump card. As for this deficiency in growth speed, would a family that possessed 2 pseudo-legendaries lack early-stage resources? Lin Yu suddenly gave a bitter smile in his heart. Just what kind of background does this girl have? He filled out the form in a daze, and after they walked out, the girl's hand naturally hooked onto his arm. Brother, you seem very busy, you don't even come to school often. The tone was intimate. Yi Qingshe had her hair tied in a nice bun, her exquisite face full of natural ease. Lin Yu asked curiously, do you come to school every day? Logically speaking, since she was participating in the third-year high school league, she should have the right to take leave just like him. The girl pouted. Yeah, it's boring anyway. Lin Yu suddenly became interested. Then guess what I've been doing? Let me think, probably training with your Pokemon. She guessed it right away. Guessed right, but unfortunately, no prize. Lin Yu couldn't help but flick her nose. This had almost become an unspoken action between the 2 of them. When she was little and would cry over various small things, Lin Yu liked to flick her nose. She frowned, seemingly indignant that Lin Yu was treating her like the snot-nosed kid she used to be. She let go of his hand, then quickened her pace, standing prettily in front of the boy. A bit shy, yet sincere, she said, actually, brother, if you are lacking anything, you can totally ask me for it. A Charmander. A Ralts. While the boy was observing her Pokemon, hadn't she also been paying attention to his Pokemon? A big issue was the energy cubes that the Pokemon ate daily. This required a not insignificant amount of money. When they were little, he would always stand in front. When they did something wrong and were scolded by Grandma Director, he would pat her head dotingly and say that he was the one who led her to do it. She was playful and ran to the safari zone, encountering a Rattata. It was also him who stood in front, leading the Rattata to the Meowth area so they could escape danger. Now, she also wanted to stand in front of him. For example, money. You have 2 Pokemon now. When raising them, good energy cubes are definitely indispensable. She pinched her fingers, muttering. The top-tier energy cubes on the market cost thousands per box, but that's not even the best. If you can, brother, you could even let me take you to find a good breeder to customize special energy cubes. Lin Yu listened to her finish speaking, calmly and with a touch of emotion. Then he asked, why would you think that brother wouldn't have the ability to afford raising my Pokemon? That rental apartment looks very small, and there isn't much furniture. Lin Yu was immediately surprised by her attentiveness. She was actually able to discover his financial embarrassment at the time from such subtle details. But in this regard, he also had his own pride. You little girl, how do you know your brother hasn't made any progress in these 3 years? I am a breeder now, you know tilde. He said this quite lightly, and furthermore, he took out the intermediate breeder certificate he had casually passed. It clearly had his name written on it, along with a handsome, distinct photo. The girl was visibly stunned. The qualification for a junior breeder is not easy to obtain. If one had to make a comparison, it might be similar to the difficulty of getting into a 985 or 211 university on Blue Star. And the assessment for an intermediate breeder requires practical application. Brother, you're amazing. Yi Qingshe looked at him with admiration. September 15th. Although it was only a city-level high school league. But the organizer was the official Bureau of Education, so they naturally wouldn't take the promotion lightly. In the days leading up to the event, official advertisements were everywhere. On his way back from training, Lin Yu saw many billboards promoting the city-level league in various small shops. The short videos in supermarkets that used to promote Pokemon items had also changed to explosive battles between past trainers. They were even accompanied by high-energy BGM. Moreover, if one could secure a ranking in the city-level league, they would obtain a ticket to the provincial league. Ranking in the provincial league would then provide a ticket to the national high school competition. The rewards for every league were incredibly abundant. This was a rule set by the Pokemon League. If you felt that progressing step by step like this was too slow, you could also challenge a city gym. Or obtain a sufficient number of badges from provincial gyms to participate in the corresponding competitions. The goal was to cultivate fresh blood and prevent a gap in the generations of powerful trainers. The first thing Lin Yu did after waking up was open the system and check the entries refreshed today. This had almost become a habit. Green entry 30 years east, 30 years west. When facing an opponent for the second time, damage is increased by 10%. Lin Yu. As expected, one shouldn't just shout explosive lines from novels randomly. Otherwise, it really will give you a 30 years east, 30 years west. After putting it away, Lin Yu opened the entry store again. Weakened version will wisp an extraordinary flame specially sold due to the host's strong desire. 1000 entry coins. Lin Yu. Holy crap. This caused him to blurt out a curse, startling Ralts, who was still dreaming next to the pillow, into opening its eyes in confusion. Save it, I must save it. Lin Yu immediately purchased the store item retention, first saving this refreshed heavenly flame. He glanced at his entry coins. Well, it had just broken into 3 digits. Perhaps I should try making energy cubes myself. Lin Yu thought for a moment. He couldn't always use the energy cubes provided by the system. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to save up these entry coins. A heavenly flame. What kind of thing was that? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could burn the sky and boil the sea. One could say that without a heavenly flame, there would be no Xiaohuahuo. And it was even the will-o-wisp. A peculiar flame combining extreme cold and extreme heat. It only appears during the transition between day and night. It is a type of flame that can freeze everything for 1,000 miles, yet also possesses burning characteristics. I must buy it. With just one look, Lin Yu could already see how handsome a Charizard using will-o-wisp would be. Even if it was only a weakened version, it could still make Charmander invincible among its peers and even allow it to fight above its level. Fortunately, it was a weakened version, otherwise, Lin Yu was really afraid he wouldn't be able to afford it. In addition, today's entry store also refreshed an entry fixation slot. Lin Yu bought it without hesitation. It seems that golden quotes from novels are indeed very effective. He hurriedly tidied up. Lin Yu immediately rushed to the school, where he was sent by the school's unified arrangement to Shuimu City's largest Pokemon arena. The high school league was held here every year. There were a total of 8 Pokemon high schools in Shwimu City. Each school sent 6 students, making a total of 48 students. The event lasted 2 days in total. Each school was placed in different waiting areas. Aside from the finals, there were 5 rounds of matches, the first 3 were 1v1, and only the later matches were 2v2. When the contestants took their places on the stage under the converging spotlights, the atmosphere reached its peak. The students on stage were undoubtedly the outstanding young trainers of the high school generation in Shwimu City. In the spectator stands, Shenyu felt a pang of sorrow seeing his former classmates stepping onto the stage of a formal competition one step ahead of him. You're really amazing, Lin Yu. Beside him, Wang Miao was also quite emotional. During their accidental encounter before, he still had the courage to suggest a battle. Now, looking at him on the stage, Wang Miao couldn't muster an ounce of courage. You know Lin Yu too, brother. Shen Yu, who was beside him, was somewhat surprised. Yeah, I've had a fight with him. And the result? The result. I have some impression of you, I heard you were recruited into the school team reserve. I got crushed. Wang Miao gave a bitter smile. The draw results came out quickly. In the first round, Lin Yu was matched against a youth in overalls from 4th middle school, who had his hair styled in a side part. He had quite a look. His Pokemon were Pidgeotto and Tailo. It was clear he was someone who wanted to specialize as a flying-type master. There were 24 matches in the first round, his match was the 12th. The matches soon commenced at an intense pace. Not only were the spectators, blood boiling, but the contestants also didn't dare to be careless. Because this might be their chance to understand the situation of the subsequent contestants. Lin Yu was the same. But soon, he discovered something. It seemed, the so-called grade 11 school team players weren't as capable as he had imagined. It was rare for any match to catch his eye. This gave him the impression that the league was just so-so. But he didn't underestimate the opponent he was about to face because of this. As the saying goes, despise the enemy strategically, but respect them tactically. Among the earlier matches, there was still one match that was an eye-opener for him. It was a combination of a Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and Razor Leaf. The leaves were fast. The whip was also firm. Its opponent was a Chimchar. Despite the elemental disadvantage, it still relied on this combo to wear the Chimchar down. Soon, it was Lin Yu's turn. The arena commentator loudly announced the information of the 2 contestants. From the left is Kai Kunkin from Class 5, Grade 11 of Shwimu 4th Middle School. His Pokemon are Fletchling and Pidgeotto. And standing on the right is Lin Yu from Class 3, Grade 10 of Shwimu 3rd Middle School. He's actually a Grade 10 student. His Pokemon are Charmander and Ralts. Heavens, 3rd Middle School actually sent a Grade 10 freshman who just enrolled onto the stage of the high school league. Let's see what kind of foundation this student Lin Yu has to be able to stand on this field. Following this commentary, the atmosphere of the entire arena instantly reached a climax. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yu at this moment. Most of the audience members were students, so they naturally knew what they were like in grade 10 when they had just obtained their Pokemon. Now they were being told. Someone could actually participate in the grade 11 high school league while still in grade 10. On the field, Kai Kunkin pulled at his overalls, looking confident. I've checked you out. You were the first place in your school's freshman training. Your Charmander's Ember is very powerful. But my Pidgeotto is fully capable of dodging it. Oh, really? Lin Yu smiled. The advantage of flying types in the early stages was indeed great. But his Charmander could fly. And besides, who said he definitely had to use Charmander? During the match, both participants must release their Pokemon at the same time. Without a doubt, the opponent sent out a Pidgeotto. Everyone wanted to ensure stability in the early matches, so the Pokemon they released were their strongest. Upon seeing the Ralts Lin Yu sent out, Kai Kunkin began to laugh through his anger. You're actually not using Charmander, but a new Pokemon instead. Was he being completely looked down upon? Following the commentator's shout of, match start. Pidgeotto seemed to sense its master's fury, its sharp eyes staring intently at the Ralts floating in the air. Lin Yu, I'm a bit nervous. Being a shy Ralts, this was its first time participating in such a grand competition. It showed signs of nervousness. I'm nervous too, so let's be nervous together tilde, Lin Yu joked lightly in its mind. Ralts immediately began to laugh, and the timidness in its eyes vanished. It let out a giggle laugh. Seeing such blatant disregard, Kai Kunken's eyes burned with rage. Pidgeotto, quick attack. Pidgeotto's form instantly turned into a blur, charging toward Ralts at extreme speed. A brilliant white light radiated from its body. This was the manifestation of energy on the surface of its body. Facing a Pidgeotto had already made Lin Yu feel suspicious. Because Pidgey normally evolves into Pidgeotto at level 18, but this Pidgeotto was only level 16. This made Lin Yu wonder if evolution wasn't strictly restricted by level, but rather occurred when a certain threshold was reached. After all, this was the real world. But now, Lin Yu could tell at a glance. This Pidgeotto was strong on the outside but hollow on the inside. Although the white light on its body flickered brightly, most of that energy was leaking into the air, resulting in massive waste. Its control over the energy within its body was very unrefined. This Pidgeotto had only just evolved. Ralts, use substitute, then confusion. Hold back a little. Ralts, telepathic nature allowed Lin Yu to convey his orders without even speaking aloud. Ralt tilde. As far as this kind of speed was concerned, it was simply not enough to impress a Ralts that had practiced confusion for a long time. Although it could have caught it in midair with confusion, this was only the first round of the competition, it was better to properly hide its true strength. A hit. Seeing Pidgeotto crash directly into Ralts, Kai Kunken was overjoyed. He thought to himself, to think you'd look down on me so much. This so-called number 1 freshman of 3rd middle school is nothing more than this. In the spectator stands. The moment Coach Luo Xing saw Lin Yu release Ralts, he first rubbed his eyes in shock and then became greatly enraged. Is this kid crazy? Doesn't he know that if you get knocked out in the early rounds, you're really out? How good would it have been to use Charmander? He was so angry he was practically grinding his back teeth to dust. Ralts was a new Pokemon, he knew nothing of their rapport, their synergy, or its strength. But as for that Charmander, Luo Xing understood it. As long as he didn't seek death, beating this Pidgeotto would have been absolutely no problem. Sigh, forget it. He's only a freshman anyway. Let's just treat it as gaining experience. I'll scold him after he comes down. However, his clenched fists told those nearby that his mood was not good. This caused the several participants next to him who hadn't competed yet to secretly decide that they must release their best Pokemon later. They also felt pity for this junior's recklessness. On the battlefield, Pidge. Looking at the Ralts that had dissipated like an illusion, Pidgeotto actually thought it had one shot at it. It felt joy at the strength it had gained after evolving. Confusion. A powerful voice rang out from Lin Yu's mouth. Pidgeotto only felt a shadow suddenly appear above it. An ill omen surfaced in its heart. Sure enough, in the next second, its body fell like a kite with its string cut, plummeting rapidly toward the edge of the arena. It resisted desperately. But the invisible energy on its body was like an invisible iron pincer gripping it tight until it fell out of bounds. The reversal of the battle was so fast that the spectators, who had just thought Ralts was going to lose, couldn't wrap their heads around it. They weren't some tactical analysis masters. They just felt that Ralts had managed to pull off a desperate turnaround in such an unfavorable situation. This was simply too brilliant. The moment it appeared, they had been stunned by Ralts' appearance, so naturally, they didn't want such a little cutie to be crushed by Pidgeotto. So, when the quick attack was about to hit Ralts just now, many spectators had closed their eyes. But when they opened them again, Ralts was standing on the stage in the posture of a victor. Pidgeotto could only fall out of the ring under its master's stunned gaze. Fantastic. Ralts is both adorable and powerful. Can someone tell me what just happened? I just blinked and the match was over. In the eyes of those who were paying attention, however, what they saw was different. This Ralts' confusion was actually so tough that a late-stage common rank Pidgeotto had almost no room to struggle. If one were to be caught by this, wouldn't that mean certain defeat? For a moment, regardless of whether they had advanced or not, all the participants locked their gaze on Lin Yu. The commentator was also very excited. We see that Ralts stopping in place earlier wasn't giving up, but leaving a substitute in its place. Then, with a single move of confusion, it successfully counter-killed Pidgeotto. I announce that the winner of this match is student Lin Yu. Over there, Kai Kunkin turned a deaf ear to the commentator's announcement, unable to believe that the battle had been overturned so quickly. How is this possible? Well done. Seeing that Ralts, equipped with combat absorption, had successfully reached level 14, Lin Yu gave a word of praise. It was so weak. Ralts didn't feel that it was strong, instead, it felt that this Pidgeotto was too weak. After recalling Ralts, Lin Yu returned to the viewing area. Coach Luo Xing was the first to approach. His gaze was a bit complicated, but finally, he uttered two words, beautifully done. The nearby upperclassmen were also looking at him as if meeting him for the first time. At the same time, they secretly despised their coach in their hearts. That wasn't what he had been saying just a moment ago. Luck, it was just luck. Everyone else should have an even easier time than me. Lin Yu felt he should be humble. After all, there were still many opponents to follow. This earned him a round of eye rolls. They couldn't do it that easily, they had at least that much self-awareness. This junior really was both strong and humble. After one round of matches, third middle school had 5 students remaining. The other student who had lost the battle was not discouraged. His Pokemon was a level 16 Puchina. Everyone had originally thought he was a contestant who could steadily enter the first 3 rounds. Unfortunately, his luck was bad, he seemed to have run into a T0 tier contestant from Shuimu First Middle School. Regarding this result, Coach Luo Xing was very satisfied. Especially with Lin Yu. Both of his Pokemon were actually so capable. This made him feel that, perhaps, they could compete for the championship. But then he shook his head. He had heard some news that a student from second middle school had a Pokemon that had already reached the superior rank. That was a major threshold. In the next 2 rounds of the competition, Lin Yu only sent out Ralts, and it could almost be said that he was a one-trick pony, who dominated everyone. Almost no Pokemon in the ordinary period could break free from its restraint. Even if they could break free, Ralts showed them what precise control really meant. It only needed to slightly shift the opponent's body when they were using a move, to make their moves miss completely. If they couldn't even land a hit, how could they defeat Ralts? Watching these rounds, Lin Yu also noticed a few contestants worth paying attention to. Among them was a Butterfree that had actually reached the superior stage. A level 21 Butterfree undoubtedly caused many contestants to show strong wariness. But there was nothing they could do about it. The afternoon of the 16th. The 4th round of the competition. The quarterfinals featured double battles. This tested not only the Pokemon's strength but also the trainer's command ability. Out of the 8 contestants, 3 from 3rd middle school had advanced to the top 8, which was already a very good result. Coach Luo Xing, watching from below, couldn't stop grinning. They were Lin Yu, Qing Fei, and that silver-haired beauty, Yukina. Her Braixen had very skillful control over fire, and she was also quite lucky. Almost all the trainers she faced used bug or grass types, making them very easy to deal with. Besides 3rd middle school, there were 2 from 2nd middle school, 2 from 1st middle school, and the last one was from 4th middle school. As for the other schools, unfortunately, they didn't have any impressive records. In the match to advance to the final 4, the bad news was that Lin Yu was matched against Qing Fei. You've had good luck, but it ends here. Qing Fei looked at Lin Yu with a loathsome expression, his arrogant words practically blurting out. In his view, a Charmander was just a Charmander, and a Ralts was just a Ralts, they were all unevolved Pokemon. Meanwhile, his Grovyle had already evolved once. More importantly, that Charmander only knew Ember and Fire Punch. Based on its duel with Growlithe, Qing Fei believed it could never defeat Grovyle. Grovyle's speed was not something a Growlithe could compare to. In his opinion, the only thing to worry about was that Growlithe was really dragging down the pace. Both of the opponent's Pokemon possessed decent fighting strength. While on his side, there was only Grovyle. Therefore, he had to end it quickly. But a single day can make a world of difference. The Charmander he was thinking of was the Charmander from several days ago. The moment Charmander was released, a burst of brilliant white light appeared. At that very moment, Charmander actually evolved. Qing Fei, who had just been certain of victory, was instantly stunned. The white light dissipated, revealing a bearing clawed, monster-like Charmander. No, it was Charmeleon, letting out a long roar toward the sky. The vibrating sound waves even formed ripples across the battlefield. Normally, a Charmeleon is around 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall. But Lin Yu's Charmeleon reached 1.5 meters the moment it evolved. It was nearly a head taller than Grovyle. Some spectators who had brought their own Pokemon to watch the match were so frightened by this growl that they shrunk into their trainer's arms, trembling. They looked at the Charmeleon on the stage with astonished eyes. To have such an aura right after evolving. Its future was truly limitless. Nice, Charmeleon. Lin Yu was exhilarated. Although the evolution had been expected, he couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing it. Wow. We can see that in this match for the top 4, student Lin Yu's Charmander has actually evolved. The commentator clearly hadn't expected such a shocking turn of events. Everyone had been debating who would win this battle. Because both of their previous records were impressive. Grovyle's blades and speed were extremely fast, few Pokemon could withstand 2 of its strikes. While Lin Yu's Ralts was stunning, many issues could be seen, such as its confusion being difficult to fully control at high speeds. This happened to be an area where Grovyle had the advantage. And while Charmander had the type advantage, Grovyle was an evolved form, after all. Thus, in the eyes of the audience, the scales of victory had once tipped toward Qing Fei. However, is seeing really believing? Let the match begin. With the commentator's call to start, the tense atmosphere on the field erupted. Lin Yu looked relaxed, while Qing Fei's face was full of solemnity. The moment the match started, he barked out orders. Growlithe, use Ember. Stall Ralts, don't let it make a move. Grovyle, Seed Gun. Pokemon. Grovyle. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, male. Potential, Gym. Level, 18. Moves, Seed Gun, Leaf Blade, Pound, Slam, Agility, Fury Cutter. As the evolved form of Trico, Grovyle's gaze was undoubtedly sharper, and its fighting spirit stronger. The leaf blades on its arms glinted coldly under the light. Dozens of seeds condensed from energy shot toward Charmeleon with the speed of bullets. Charmeleon, show him how strong you are now. Flamethrower. This time, Lin Yu didn't intend to hold back completely. Surging energy gathered in its mouth. As the seed bullets flew through the air, a jet of fire nearly as thick as a bucket completely engulfed them. Following behind the green seeds, Grovyle suddenly felt as if the Grim Reaper had its hands around its neck. If it persisted in trying to use its speed advantage to strike with Leaf Blade after the moves collided, what awaited it would surely be hellish flames. Its long-honed battle instincts made it subconsciously use agility to dodge to the side. Jamu. The green seeds turned to ash the instant they collided with the fire. This was accompanied by a wretched growl. Even though Grovyle reacted quickly, its left side was inevitably grazed by the pillar of fire, leaving it scorched black. The once sharp leaf blade was even dotted with spark-like red spots. From just a graze, it had nearly lost control of one side of its body, with one arm hanging completely limp. If it had been a direct hit. Huff, huff. Heavy panting came from Grovyle's mouth. By now, the look in its eyes as it watched Charmeleon was no longer one of solemnity, but fear. Growlithe, what are you doing? Can't you aim your... Over there, the Growlithe breathing fire at Ralts had its mouth slightly manipulated by confusion, causing the flames to go out of control. This was thanks to Ralts's precise control of confusion. Charmeleon, Fire Punch. Ralts, stop playing around. In the next moment, Lin Yu issued his commands. Qing Fei clenched his fists, his hair practically standing on end. How could I lose to you? Grovyle, Leaf Blade. Growlithe, Fire Fang. Lin Yu almost laughed at the commands he issued. Ordering a Grovyle to forcibly block a Charmeleon's fire punch with Leaf Blade. Did you not see the flames just now? Compared to the snake-like flamethrower of that Growlithe. The Charmeleon's flamethrower can simply be described as a pillar of fire. The Grovyle hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed its trainer's command. But the moment they made contact, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, the brilliant blade light vanished in an instant. The Grovyle's entire body was sent crashing several meters away. It had lost the ability to battle. Meanwhile, a serious Ralts had directly thrown the Growlithe out of the arena. Good. The Ralts's confusion has thrown the Growlithe out of the arena, and the Grovyle has basically lost the ability to battle. I announce that Lin Yu is the winner of this match. His Charmeleon has shown us what a surging inferno really looks like. The commentator was impassioned. Although this match lacked the brilliance of skill and tactics, it brought a visual impact. Charmeleon. Awesome, Charmeleon. No, I haven't lost. Qing Fei, unable to accept defeat, looked like a clown, standing on the stage in a daze until he was finally dragged off by the organizers. Back to the spectator stands. The next match was between Senior Yukina and the trainer of that Butterfree. Unexpectedly, everyone thought this Butterfree was already his trump card. Who would have thought he would pull out a level 23 Machop, while Senior Yukina's second Pokemon was a level 15 Vulpix. Although the Braixen used fire to dispel the Butterfree's triple powder formation, it couldn't withstand the Machop's exquisite boxing. Once the Braixen was engaged in close quarters, it had no power to resist. With that, the final four were decided. Of the students from 3rd middle school who had the potential to reach the top 4, only Lin Yu remained. Luo Xing felt a bit regretful about this. So annoying, why did I have to run into him? Yukina stepped down from the competition stage in a huff, fixing her gaze on Lin Yu, the only one remaining from the grade 11 school team. Junior, help me defeat that guy who likes to show off. Lin Yu scratched his head, I'll try my best. After watching this match, he felt fairly confident. On the side, Coach Luo Xing said, it's okay, everyone played very well. Whether we take the champion title or not doesn't matter, just play well. Our luck in this high school league really hasn't been good. Lin Yu ran into Qing Fei, and Yukina and Lu Lian ran into Han Feng. His two Pokemon have actually both reached the superior stage. Yukina, don't be discouraged. Yukina stuck out her tongue, got it tilde. Then she turned to face Lin Yu, Junior, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Lin Yu nodded, The subsequent semifinals. It seemed like fate. He didn't meet Han Feng, but rather a trainer with a Pikachu and a Pidgeotto. When the opponent saw him, he gave a bitter smile, offered some symbolic resistance, and then forfeited the match. With this, Lin Yu's reputation skyrocketed. Everyone knew that a student from Shuimu 3rd Middle School, as a grade 10 student, had advanced to the finals of the grade 11 high school league. After dusk, the night curtain swept over Shuimu City like a tide. That was clearly my Charmander. That was clearly my Charmander. Qing Fei, walking home, seemed possessed. His mind was filled with the image of that Charmeleon. Suddenly, his expression turned gloomy. Since I can't have it, it shouldn't belong to you either. He pushed open the villa's courtyard gate. Inside, an elderly man who looked like a butler was pruning the garden and said, Welcome back. Butler Chen, you're a member of Team Magma, right? The elderly man named Butler Chen was instantly shocked. Qing Fei said viciously. No need to hide it. I know my dad is a high-ranking official in Team Magma. I want you to help me kill someone and snatch a Pokemon. He had found out about his father's identity by chance. He also knew that this butler who had always been by his side was actually an external member of Team Magma. You know. Qing Fei nodded, help me take back that Charmeleon. He will be at the arena tomorrow. Qing Fei, your father doesn't want you to be involved. Cut the crap. On the way back, Lin Yu pondered tomorrow's match. That Butterfree and that Machop were both at the superior stage and had considerable strength. It was said that Han Feng was a possessor of evergreen power, and during his grade 11 year, he encountered criminals, used his Pokemon to repel them, but was injured and had to take a year off. Otherwise, with the strength of his Pokemon, he would have a place even in the grade 12 league. Coming to this grade 11 league was simply like playing in a baby tournament. Everyone thought so. The champion, it seemed, was already set in their minds. Even old Chin praised him on QQ, saying that getting this far was already quite good. But Lin Yu felt there was still hope. They hadn't seen all of his trump cards. For example, the splash ability, combined with the dust effect, he wanted to let the entire audience watch a grand sea of fire. What would that be like? Or, for instance, a Charmeleon that can fly. Had they ever seen these? He hadn't even unlocked today's entry yet. Last whisper. Use 3 times. After use, the circulation of PP in the body speeds up, increases skill usage speed. A green entry. Not bad. Ralts's base stat distribution was just a bit lacking in speed. This could just fill that gap. Opening the class group chat, the messages were top tier. Many people tagged him, saying congratulations and expressing envy. Lin Yu selectively ignored these. The most important thing was, there was also a message that the first exploration of the secret realm was complete, and he could go and choose a treasure from the secret realm. Glancing at it briefly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. There were quite a few good things. Zhang Yu told him to come take a look tomorrow. Whatever he liked, he could just register and take it. However, why did he have a feeling of being watched? Lin Yu tried using Eye of Investigation on his surroundings a few times, but after finding nothing, he could only give up. The next day, as the conclusion of the Grade 11 High School League and the beginning of the Grade 12 High School League, the opening ceremony was undoubtedly grand. First, the grade 12 students participating came on stage. Compared to the still somewhat green faces of grade 11, they were much more confident. Among them, Lin Yu also saw that bright and beautiful girl, standing in the center of the stage like a flower, attracting countless gazes. Among them, the Dratini and Beldam floating around her made her appeal go up a level. The girl obviously also saw Lin Yu and smiled at him. No, a bit tempted. Forget it, let's see what the entry store has refreshed today. Miracle of the Tree of Life, Xerneas's life fluid, one of the awakening secret treasures of the world tree, 10,000 entry coins. 10,000 entry coins. Alright, my heart has gone cold. Does the world tree mystic realm exist? It does, but in this world, it is merely considered a mountain shaped like a towering tree. So it's in a deep sleep. I must go see it if I get the chance in the future. But for now, the opening ceremony for the third-year students ended. And it was time for the finals of the second-year league. Standing before Lin Yu was a young man wearing a brown trench coat and a red baseball cap. His name was Han Feng, a very sunny young man. He stood before Lin Yu, high-spirited and full of energy. However, the words coming out of his mouth were incredibly flashy. Let's have a heart-pounding Pokemon duel. But it did indeed stir the passion in Lin Yu's heart. Battles between Pokemon were meant to be pure and simple. Especially when facing an opponent stronger than himself. Pokemon. Butterfree. Ability. Compound Eyes. Gender. Male. Potential. Gym. Level. 21. Skills. Tackle, Synthesis, String Shot, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Hurricane, Electroweb. Pokemon. Machop. Ability. Guts. Gender. Male. Potential. Gym. Level. 23. Skills. Brick Break, Karate Chop, Low Kick, Bulk Up, Karate Chop. You're very strong. To be honest, if you were given another year, I definitely wouldn't be your match. Han Feng said with a touch of emotion. That might not be certain even now. Lin Yu returned a gentle smile, though his words showed no sign of backing down. In his heart, however, he thought. No wonder the senior sister said he was a show-off. Good, that's the kind of confidence you need. Han Feng was taken aback for a moment, then became full of fighting spirit. Youth against youth, it was like a needle against a wheat on, neither was willing to back down. Machop and Charmeleon locked eyes, while Ralts locked eyes with the Butterfree flying in the sky. Match start. In this match, Lin Yu's only concern was Ralts, no headwear was allowed in the finals. This meant that the current Ralts was only at level 14 and knew very few skills. Machop, bulk up. Butterfree, take the initiative, Electroweb. As a fanatical Pokemon enthusiast, Han Feng never underestimated any opponent. The meter-tall Machop immediately struck a pose on the field, its body gleaming with oil. Meanwhile, the Butterfree in the air quickly condensed an Electroweb. Ralts, dodge it. Charmeleon, interrupt it. Fire Punch. Lin Yu's commands were also very fast, almost as soon as his voice fell. Charmeleon charged forward, surging flames condensing on its fist. Charmeleon was very fast, but at the moment it neared Machop, the opponent still managed to use Bulk Up. Bulk Up tenses all muscles with full strength to increase one's attack and defense. At that moment, the Fire Punch slammed heavily into Machop's body. Bang! Burn marks immediately appeared on Machop's body. With this one punch, a small section of its pectoral muscle was dented. Gourmet Supply Station. Immense strength. grants a 50% bonus to power, remaining time, 28 minutes. This was the second time Lin Yu had used the power of this trait. It gave him a huge surprise. Mock. Machop looked at the punch in disbelief, its expression contorted. On the other side, the electroweb condensed rapidly and completely enveloped Ralts, causing it to dissipate into an energy body. Then, it appeared high in the air. Substitute. It had performed a great service once again. Lin Yu's requirement for Ralts was simply to keep Butterfree busy. This Butterfree's move pool was simply too rich. He heard that this was actually Han Feng's first Pokemon. Low kick. Rather than saying Han Feng's reaction was fast, it was more accurate to say Machop's speed was high, as could be seen from its bulging muscles. This was an excellent Machop. This strike also landed solidly as a sweep kick on Charmeleon's leg. Low kick. Kicks the opponent down. The heavier the opponent, the higher the damage. After the kick, Machop didn't continue the pursuit. Instead, it rubbed the spot where it had been hit by the fire punch, unable to recover for a long time. Was this really a fire-type Pokemon? How did its fist feel even harder than its own? Butterfree, another Electroweb, then follow up with Sleep Powder and Hurricane. The crackling Electroweb gathered once more, but this time the target was Charmeleon. Fire Spin. Lin Yu didn't fall behind at all, while simultaneously giving a mental command for confusion to Ralts. The ring of fire directly incinerated the incoming Electroweb. The ball of confusion also hit Butterfree at the same time. However, Butterfree endured the pain and scattered scales from its wings while flapping them hard. Dodge. The goal of this hurricane was clear, simply to spread the scales. Therefore, Ralts was easily able to dodge it. Han Feng's gaze was solemn. At this moment, he finally realized. The youth before him truly had the strength to contend with him. Having the sleep powder dodged was exactly his intention. He wanted the sleep powder to be scattered across the entire arena. Although Machop would also be affected by the sleep powder this way, he believed in Machop's willpower. Furthermore, his evergreen power was already quietly circulating. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, how could he possibly lose? Ralts, fly into the sky. Ralts's figure flickered, its small body vanishing from its spot and abruptly appearing in the sky. Teleport. Equipped with combat absorption, Ralts had learned teleport at this very moment. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Sleep powder scattered across the field. Was he not afraid Charmeleon would use fire to burn it all away? But did he know that Charmeleon wasn't afraid of any negative status effects? Machop, Karate Chop. Having recovered, a bright white light formed on Machop's hand as it chopped down fiercely toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Fire Punch. The two figures collided violently, white light and flames clashing like streaks of light. It had to be said that as a fighting-type Pokemon, Machop's every move, Karate Chop, Brick Break. These skills were used with extreme proficiency. In contrast, Charmeleon only knew Fire Punch and Blaze Kick. Just from the initial contact, Charmeleon fell behind in terms of technique. However, it held the upper hand in terms of power. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly moved combat absorption onto Charmeleon. Thus, as time passed, Charmeleon, who had been taking hits occasionally, gradually reached an equilibrium with Machop. Due to its superior strength, it could even suppress Machop. And even learned Karate Chop in the process. This won't do. Machop, dodge. Butterfree, ignore Ralts, use poison powder combined with Electroweb. A trace of panic appeared in Han Feng's eyes as he decided to deal with the Charmeleon below first. This Charmeleon's will was actually this strong as well. Purple scales once again spread toward Charmeleon's side along with the storm. Added to that was an Electroweb 5 or 6 meters in diameter. After performing these, its spirit also became sluggish. Good. I've been waiting for this moment. Lin Yu's eyes flashed as he changed the trait once again. Fire Rain. Whether it was poison powder or sleep powder, all of these were illusory to Charmeleon. In fact, they could even become its weapons. It spat a fireball into the sky, which transformed into dozens of embers. When the embers met the dust, it was as if they encountered a chemical reaction, causing fireworks to crackle and pop throughout the entire arena. Flame splash effect activated. It kicked up a massive cloud of smoke. How dare he? Instantly, all the spectators present were shocked by Lin Yu's maneuver. These two were more daring than the other in their maneuvers. One had mixed sleep powder and poison powder and scattered them across the entire arena. And the other had actually dared to trigger such a massive dust explosion. Wouldn't that result in a mutual defeat? Ralts couldn't beat Butterfree. What the? It flew. Is that a Charizard? No, 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 is that a Charmeleon? That illusory wing, is that fairy wings? A dark horse. Holy crap, a huge dark horse. No one could see this scene without being shocked. Just then, a fiery red figure flew up from within the smoke and charged out. Once the smoke cleared, Machop, covered in burns but still standing, glanced at Han Feng before its eyes spiraled, and it collapsed. The announcer was stunned by all of this, and it took a long while before they said, Machop is unable to battle. The flying Charmeleon turned its gaze toward the Butterfree in the air, flames flickering in its nostrils. Charmeleon, growl. Ralts, confusion. Give it the final blow. As they say, strike while the enemy is down. Lin Yu would not miss this opportunity. Roar. After a roar that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Having already used its skills multiple times, the Butterfree could no longer resist Ralts's confusion. It fell in front of Han Feng. Butterfree is unable to battle. This match is won by student Lin Yu. Congratulations to student Lin Yu for winning the championship of this sophomore league. The announcer was a bit stuttering. However, after this match, the entire auditorium erupted in intense cheers. Such an upset by a dark horse was undoubtedly more capable of sending people's adrenaline soaring. Moreover, in this match, both of them performed very well, whether it was the tactics, the sky full of purple poison powder, or that final firework display that made everyone's jaws drop. They were all deeply captivated. Without a doubt, Charmeleon had proven itself with its own strength. You are really strong. Han Feng praised him sincerely, then retracted his two Pokemon into their Pokeballs and nurtured them with evergreen power. However, one day, I will come back to battle you again. This sentence reminded Lin Yu of Wang Miao, who had said the same thing back then. Now, the gap between the two of them was already very large. So, he said, I'll be waiting for you. In this match, both little ones also had gains. Under combat absorption, Charmeleon leveled up twice, reaching level 18, while Ralts reached level 15. They also learned various skills. After getting off the stage, just as he returned to his viewing seat, Yukina leaned in. Wow, Junior, you really fought so beautifully, I really love you so much. The silver-haired senior gave him a big hug on the spot, unable to contain her excitement. This made Lin Yu incredibly awkward and also caused other school team members to cast ambiguous looks. Don't, senior, let go first. Lin Yu pushed her away. Just luck. Junior, don't be so humble, okay. I'll really fall for you. Mainly because Lin Yu noticed Yi Qingshe, who was already walking over gracefully. They were in the first row of the auditorium, which was the dedicated seating for contestants. So it was easy to find. Congratulations, brother, for winning the championship. She smiled gracefully, but looked at Yukina who was standing in front of Lin Yu. Is this a senior from the school team? Lin Yu nodded. Yukina's gaze shifted between the two, and finally moved to Yi Qingshe who had just arrived. She said confidently, yes, I am Yukina from sophomore class 4. Hello, junior. The two shook hands, with an inexplicable atmosphere flowing in their eyes. In the end, Yukina, hindered by the powerful aura Yi Qingshe had displayed on stage, compromised and let go. This silent war between women made the boys on the school team grit their teeth, wishing they could become Lin Yu right now. Why did two such beautiful girls both like him? Isn't it just that he's a bit taller, a bit more handsome, and his Pokemon are a bit stronger? It seems these advantages are quite a lot. Yi Qingshe blinked at Lin Yu, seemingly asking him why he was seeing other girls behind her back. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly, indicating that he hadn't initiated it. After the two locked eyes for a while, the first match for the seniors was about to begin on stage. The person who was drawn was none other than Yi Qingshe. Alright, brother, it's my turn. She felt helpless yet somewhat proud. She felt helpless because Lin Yu was excellent enough to have other girls chasing him, and proud because Lin Yu was still Lin Yu, always able to make her look at him with admiration. Go on, strive to bring back a championship. Lin Yu smiled back. Okay. Yi Qingshe made a face at him, agreed without hesitation, and then walked back onto the stage with light steps. It was as if the championship was easily within her grasp. In her heart, however, she was secretly shocked. It had only been a few days since they last met. Her Dratini had actually reached level 25. The senior league still needed to be played for 2 days. Among the contestants in the senior league, the only one Lin Yu cared about was Yi Qingshe. However, after seeing her Dratini defeat enemies in one move, he felt his worries were superfluous. After the sophomore league ended, Old Chin was almost grinning from ear to ear. He desperately tried to secure benefits for Lin Yu at the school level. He managed to add AC level charcoal to the competition prize, which originally only included prize money. Its effect was to increase the power of fire-type skills below the gym level by 10%-15%. Although it was only AC level treasure, it would cost at least a 6-figure sum to acquire on the market. Coach Luo Xing also stared at him blankly for a long time, then finally patted his shoulder and managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Well done." He really hadn't expected Lin Yu to dare to fight like that. But he had to admit, he was shocked by Lin Yu once again. Boring match. After finishing the last match of the day, Yi Qingshe muttered. Then she looked down, and upon finding that Lin Yu was not there, she pouted. But suddenly, a voice rang in her ear. "Miss, this brother of yours seems to have been targeted." The voice was slightly cold and eerie. How could Yi Qingshe not know who was speaking? Her previously unhappy expression instantly turned into worry. "Gengar, go help me protect him." "That won't do. Gengar's mission is to protect you." After coming out of the arena, Lin Yu kept feeling as if he were being watched by something. His mind raced, wondering who could be targeting him. Or perhaps, was his performance just now too dazzling, attracting the attention of someone with ulterior motives? But it shouldn't have happened this quickly, right? The sky grew increasingly dark. Even with the eye of investigation, he could only detect a trace of ghost-type energy nearby. Since he didn't know if the other party was good or evil, or how strong they were, Lin Yu kept weaving through crowded areas. But even as dusk arrived, the feeling still lingered in his heart. By this time, even the busiest markets were beginning to disperse. Helpless, he had no choice but to head toward the flame gym. A chilly wind suddenly swept across the street. What a clever boy. But still too young. On the empty street before him, a short old man with a gloomy expression suddenly appeared. That wasn't the main point. The point was that he was accompanied by a Weavile. This was a humanoid, somewhat cat-like Pokemon with sharp claws between its fingers, looking cunning and vicious. When this Weavile looked at him, its eyes surged with intense killing intent. Pokemon. Weavile. Ability. Pressure. Gender. Male. Potential. Gym. Level. 34. Skills. Scratch, Retaliate, Glare, Quick Attack, Feint Attack, Fury Swipes, Guillotine. A level 34 Weavile. Lin Yu's heart sank. "Hand over the Charmeleon, and I'll spare your life," the old man said sinisterly. "Let your skills do the talking." A flash of red light. Charmeleon and Ralts appeared on the spot. Roar. Ralu. The two Pokemon stood ready for battle. Ralts, if you get a chance, take Charmeleon and use teleport to escape. Ralu. His target is Charmeleon, he probably won't do anything to me. Weavile, go. Kill the person, and knock out the Charmeleon. Guillotine. Then, the Weavile licked its claws, and light blades nearly a meter long emerged from its hands. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but curse. Charmeleon, Fire Punch. Ralts, find a way to use confusion to restrain it. Before he could finish his sentence, Weavile had already moved. In just an instant, Lin Yu's pupils constricted violently. This speed. He could hardly track it with his naked eyes. In the falling night, only the bright red light in its eyes could be seen flickering. Lin Yu had already applied every available buff, even having Charmeleon swallow the energy cube it carried. Gourmet Supply Station. Slowness. When facing an opponent, their speed appears 25% slower in your eyes. Thank goodness. Lin Yu's heart tightened. The Gourmet Supply Station buff was always so reliable. Charmeleon felt that the Weavile, which was invisible just a moment ago, now left a visible trail. Roaring flames gathered on its dragon claw. It felt that this strike could clash with the opponent. Ralu. No, it's too fast, I can't restrain it with confusion. A hint of surprise flashed in Weevile's eyes. The Charmeleon that had been standing dazed just now seemed to have suddenly spotted its movement, forcing it to use agility. Rip. The sound of sharp claws slicing through flesh. A streak of bright red blood appeared on its arm. This was the first time Charmeleon had been injured since meeting him. A gash over 10 centimeters long had opened directly on its arm. Truly monstrous. The old man's gaze sharpened. It had only just evolved into a Charmeleon, yet it could already see through Weevile's speed. If it were allowed to grow for a while longer. No wonder Ching Fei insisted that he must take it back. Weevile, hurry up, guillotine. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, who was standing further away. This wasn't a formal Pokemon duel, the trainer was also a target that could be killed. Weevile's form turned into a blur once more, its speed even faster than before by another level. Combined with the gathering darkness, the resulting pressure made Charmeleon somewhat anxious and restless. Charmeleon, fire spin, surround yourself. Lin Yu's reaction was also quick. If they couldn't track the opponent's form, wouldn't it be better to let the opponent come to them? Charmeleon's eyes lit up as well, and with a breath toward the sky, a surging ring of fire enveloped it. However, in the next moment, Weevile, completely hidden in the darkness, suddenly changed its position. Holding two massive light blades in a scissor formation, it charged toward Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu realized what was happening. This was not a formal Pokemon duel, which meant the opponent could directly attack the trainer. But with Weevile's speed, even Charmeleon couldn't react in time. How could he possibly react? After realizing this, Lin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness. He hadn't even led Charmander to become a champion yet. Was he going to die here? Ow! Ralu. The two little ones also noticed this situation at that moment, especially Ralts, who, in its desperation, even learned Protect. But that thin curtain of light couldn't block Weevile for even a second. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yu surprisingly touched his neck and found his head was still there. He looked up. A Gengar taller than him was standing in front of him. Holy crap! Not dead. With just one look at this Gengar, Lin Yu knew it was the one hidden in Yi Qingshui's shadow. Jia. You fought well enough, but you can't treat this battle like a regular Pokemon duel. In this kind of battle, you have to treat it as a fight for your life. Gengar's cold voice rang out, and the surrounding temperature in the otherwise sweltering September seemed to drop by about 10 degrees. Lord level? No, this is master level. The old man's pupils shrank. It felt as if he had been plunged into hell in an instant. Following that was a shadow ball. The previously arrogant Weevile was turned into dust by this shadow ball emanating black ripples. The old man quickly summoned a Skarmory, attempting to fly away, but he too was accurately hit by a shadow ball. He fell to the ground, on the verge of death. Lin Yu and Charmeleon watched all of this unfold. Kid, do you know who I am? Looking at the person its young lady liked so much, Gengar couldn't help but feel interested. It had been alive, no, dead for who knows how long, and its reactions to the people and things it encountered in life were usually very indifferent. It was rare for anyone to pique its interest. You're the Gengar that stays by Xiaoshui's side. Huh. Gengar was stunned. How did you know? It didn't think it had ever revealed its form in front of him. Just a guess. Lin Yu felt thrilled to have survived, and at the same time, he began to face the first glimpse of Yi Qingshui's massive family. Gengar paused for a moment, then gave Lin Yu a meaningful look. Good kid, keep it up. I've got high hopes for you. In the third-year league, without a doubt, Xiaoyi won the champion title. This made the two of them famous in Shwimu City. Everyone knew about it. This year's third-year league was won by two first-year students from third middle school. After the attack that day, Zhang Yu arrived late. After investigating the old man's information, he informed Lin Yu that the individual's identity was an external member of Team Magma. This prompted Lin Yu to go back and look up information on Team Magma. Good grief. A criminal organization spread across the entire world. It rarely appeared in the strictly governed Wagwo, with its main areas of activity in Western countries. Its leader is called Maxi. It is said that their goal is to increase the land area and dry up the oceans. It feels somewhat familiar. However, this organization had actually taken action against him. This had already planted a seed of hatred in Lin Yu's heart. No matter the reason, Lin Yu secretly swore to himself that sooner or later, he would dismantle it. When Zhang Yu asked who helped him escape the danger, Lin Yu told the truth, only hiding Gengar's identity. Zhang Yu did not ask for details and then let him go choose his secret treasures. The secret treasures obtained from exploring the secret realm this time were all quite good. After a disaster, there must be a blessing. Most of the treasures were around A grade. Moreover, the information on the secret realm had been updated, becoming a C grade medium-sized secret realm. In other words, the strongest wild Pokemon inside were at the gym level. As for the treasures, finally, under the inspection of Eye of Investigation, Lin Yu chose 2 secret treasures primarily for Ralts. One was the A-grade Psychic Stone, which had the effect of, significantly, increasing potential after absorption. However, this, significant, amount turned into a, small, amount when it came to Ralts. Because its innate potential advantage was simply too strong. Even so, Lin Yu felt that Ralts's potential was just a little bit away from rising to the champion level. There was also a Psychic Gem. Its function was to accelerate the growth speed of Psychic-type Pokemon. For Ralts, it could just happen to increase its growth speed. These 2 secret treasures were worth millions. It can only be said that Lin Yu's luck was very good. But the most important thing was the feather that followed. Ho-Oh's feather. As a lost feather that fell from Ho-Oh's body, it contains flames with the aura of primordial life. Ho-Oh. Since the advent of the Pokemon secret realms, it had never appeared in the real world. And in the divine beast records created by humans based on some divine beasts possessing divinity, there was no record of this kind of Pokemon yet. Therefore, when selecting, Lin Yu chose it without hesitation. But the fact that Ho-Oh's feather appeared inside, this meant that Ho-Oh must have stayed in this secret realm before. This made Lin Yu incredibly excited. In the movies, Ho-Oh had the ability to resurrect Pokemon. Suicune, Entei, Raikou. But since it had already been brought out for Lin Yu to choose, naturally they wouldn't go back on their word. 1 week later. An abandoned, unfinished building. Ralts, Safeguard, Charmeleon, Fire Punch. Winning the champion title in the second-year league did not make the 2 little ones feel arrogant. Instead, because of the previous attack, it sparked an even greater determination in the 2 little ones to become stronger. Especially Ralts. The safeguard it had just learned was simply vulnerable in front of that Weavile, almost causing Lin Yu to die right before its eyes. This made it feel very self-reproachful. Therefore, in subsequent training, it strongly requested special training for this skill. As for Charmeleon, in 1 week, with its talent, it had completely absorbed the flames within Ho-Oh's feather. What was unexpected was, this gave it an additional ability. Pokemon. Charmeleon. Ability. Solar Power, Life Aura. Gender. Male. Talent. Elite. Strength. Level 19. Skills. Scratch, Fire Punch, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Ember, Karate Chop, Karate Chop. Equipped entries. Purification, Fixed, Hard Work Pays Off, Food Supply Station, Flame Splash, Fast Recovery. It gained an extra life aura. This life aura was very interesting. One could even say it was a super version of Leech Seed, when the flames burned the opponent. It could absorb the opponent's stamina and then use it to replenish itself. It was just that the effect was slightly better than Leech Seed. Coupled with the green entry Fast Recovery, and being in a forest environment, plus Forest Friend. It was unimaginable. As long as it wasn't one-shotted, Charmeleon was practically a perpetual motion machine. Ralts tilde, blocked it tilde. Ralts cheered. Wasn't all this practice over the past few days just to be able to protect Lin Yu well in the future? The school has scheduled the Secret Realm exploration for National Day. Lin Yu patted its head, praised it for being great, and then glanced at the time. It was just a new week. Rubbing his hands, he immediately opened the entry system. These days, he really hadn't bought any energy cubes from the entry store anymore. He made them all himself. He had understood his expert level breeder standard. The taste also suited the 2 little ones' appetites very well. By decomposing white entries and the occasional green entry, he had already saved up nearly 300 entry coins. At this rate, in about a month, he would be able to buy that will-o-wisp. Today's entry hadn't been opened yet. Blue entry, Psychic Spike, use confusion to gather a psychic spike, dealing 80 psychic damage to the enemy. Finally, an entry that was very useful for Ralts had arrived. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction and then installed this entry onto Ralts. Pokemon. Ralts. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Talent, Elite. Strength, Level 16. Skills, Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Safeguard, Psychic Spike, Teleport, Hypnosis. Equipped entries, Psychic Spike, Combat Absorption, Psychic Focus, Fixed Blast Whisper. Hypnosis was a skill Ralts learned based on Butterfree's sleep powder. The strength of the two little ones was steadily increasing. Ralts tilde, I learned a new skill again. A soft, sweet voice came from Ralts's mouth, simply melting Lin Yu's heart. The power of Growl was truly extraordinary. Great job. Lin Yu touched its hair, which was as soft as a ribbon. Afterward, he checked the entry system store as usual. Looking over, they were all things that had appeared before. The will-o-wisp and keystone placed in the store still made him yearn for them. Today's entry store seemed to have refreshed with something new. Lin Yu was suddenly a little excited. This was an ability related to him. Low-level aura power. After purchasing, the designated target will gain aura power, 300 entry coins, limited time 10% discount. Woohoo, taking off. Another limited time discount. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Aura and I coexist. This phrase is the source of regret for so many Pokemon fans. He immediately purchased aura power and applied it to himself. Suddenly, he felt his perception of the surrounding environment become much sharper. The rustling wind, the flames dancing at the tip of Charmeleon's claws, the Caterpie crawling in the grass. The subtle expression hidden beneath Ralts' hair. Why is it still blushing? Their movements suddenly seemed to slow down. As if time had come to a standstill. Setting aside communication with Pokemon, this is an excellent ability for clearly observing the battlefield during battles. Aura. It even allows him to anticipate the opponent Pokemon's movements a step in advance, thereby allowing him to react. The entire abandoned building seemed to become quiet. If possible, Lin Yu felt he could even condense this energy on the surface to attack the opponent. However, after trying, he realized his aura was still too weak. He couldn't yet condense an aura sphere like in the anime to attack others. Ralts tilde. Ralts' originally crisp voice also became milky and cute. It sounds very nice. However, Lin Yu felt it was necessary to give Ralts a physiology lesson. At the very least, he needed to make it recognize the biological barriers between species. Then Lin Yu turned his gaze to Charmeleon, with aura power. He believed the bond between the two could reach a new level. September 30th. Another week had passed. Most of the entries this week were white, useless entries, so Lin Yu turned them into entry coins. Only one blue Child of Water was kept. Blue entry Child of Water can breathe underwater and has an affinity for water-type Pokemon. This entry is still quite good. In the future, if he is in the ocean, he will be able to roam freely. Lin Yu already imagined himself riding the sea god Lugia, swimming in the deep sea. It's just that in this world, information about many legendary Pokemon has not yet been released. So, it is still unknown where Lugia is hiding on the seabed. 2 weeks later, the influence of the high school league slowly subsided. This day, the coach gathered all the school team members to discuss entering the secret realm. Qing Fei asked for leave today. Since everyone is here, I will make a unified announcement. This time, our school's performance in the high school league was very good. Therefore, while other schools almost only have the top 8 who can explore this secret realm, our school allows the top 16 to go. Seeing that everyone was present, Luo Xing did not mince words. The top 16, which means our school has 5 spots. Yukina was quite pleasantly surprised. Top 5. You have to know, 3rd middle school only had 6 contestants. Except for Lin Yu, Yukina, and Qing Fei, everyone else actually made it. Only that Puccina trainer was crying without tears. He clearly also had a chance to get into the top 16. What a pity. Luo Xing comforted him, saying that when he is in his 3rd year of high school, he will definitely have a chance. Thank you, Junior. The one speaking was the Bulbasaur trainer, named Cha Wanwan. She is a relatively shy girl and quite cute. As far as Lin Yu knows, her family is struggling financially, so she really needs money to raise her Pokemon. Everyone knows that it is because Lin Yu won the championship that they were able to further obtain this opportunity. Lin Yu smiled at her simply, indicating it was fine. Alright, we are going to the secret realm tomorrow. I will tell you here what things you need to prepare. Sleeping bags, flashlights, some essential equipment for wilderness survival. Finally, he added, with a solemn expression, I will also go along on this secret realm exploration. I heard that this secret realm is a forest surrounding a lake. You can only search for secret treasures or capture Pokemon in the forest outside, you must absolutely not go to the lake. There are superior or even gym level Gyarados there. If you encounter danger, you must fire a flare. My Pidgeot will arrive within 3 minutes. The crowd's eyes tightened, and they all responded in unison. Gyarados is a ferocious Pokemon. Afterward, he gave a few more instructions before letting everyone leave. Lin Yu also felt that he should go outside and prepare properly. After all, it is a newly appeared secret realm. He was looking forward to this secret realm very much. After all, this is the first secret realm he has explored. Coupled with the newly acquired aura power, it will definitely allow him to have a considerable harvest. Many master trainers and even elite four trainers from commoner backgrounds. They all gained fame after obtaining secret treasures and forming partnerships with rare Pokemon with high potential from secret realms. This secret realm. It actually had a Ho-Oh feather appear, and it was a feather with source energy. What if there is another feather? Could Charmeleon's talent rise again? Lin Yu could clearly perceive it. After obtaining a Ho-Oh feather, Charmeleon's talent rose a lot. There are also psychic gems. This kind of secret treasure that can let Ralts absorb it and can also be used as a held item. It also made Lin Yu feel moved. A few more pieces. Ralts, evolution will definitely be faster. At the school gate. The young girl wearing a light blue school uniform, with a high ponytail, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting. It is Yi Qingshe. Lin Yu suddenly remembered that today is Friday. Tomorrow is the National Day holiday, so school was dismissed at noon today. Brother. Yi Qingshui's expression was calm, but finally, she revealed a brilliant smile. Why did you come to school today? Lin Yu touched his nose. Isn't the school organizing a trip to the secret realm tomorrow? I was called over by the coach today. Xiaoshui, are you going? Me. I have to go back. Dratini needs to go to Dragon Island to accept inheritance and education, so I probably won't be back for a long time. The girl's hands were intertwined, her eyes a little dim. During this period, watching Lin Yu slowly show his own brilliance. She is very happy. It's a pity that the time is too short. The people in her family will not let her be so willful and continue to stay here. Lin Yu's heart tightened, so fast. Yes, Dratini's inheritance needs to be carried out as soon as possible. Then go as soon as possible. Pokemon cultivation is the most important thing. I will come to find you in the future. Although he was reluctant, Lin Yu still encouraged her to go quickly. After all, as a trainer, the growth of Pokemon cannot be delayed. During the golden time of Pokemon growth, Lin Yu will also do his best to think for Charmeleon and Ralts. The girl suddenly seemed to have made a decision, showing a white stone engraved with a dragon mark in her hand. If you come to find me in the future, take this stone to find me. Lin Yu subconsciously investigated it. Dragon Secret Stone contains thin dragon-type energy, which can be used to let Pokemon accept the baptism of the Dragon Pond. The shadow behind the girl flickered slightly. Finally, it calmed down again. Dragon Secret Stone. The key item for Yi family members to enter Dragon Island for baptism, which is of great benefit to Pokemon that can accommodate dragon-type energy in their bodies. Except for direct descendants, the Yi family will not bestow it. Young miss, she actually gave such a precious thing to him just like that. Dusk. Lin Yu accompanied Yi Qingshe to the orphanage they had visited before to see the newly arrived children. After staying for the afternoon, an Altaria came to pick her up. However, this time his state of mind was different. The Provincial High School League, the National High School League, and even the future Pokemon Challenge Cup, he had to take first place in all of them. Lin Yu now. He had a Charmeleon and a Ralts. He was already qualified to become an elite, or even a champion-level trainer. The next day, Lin Yu arrived early at the secret realm. The area around the abandoned city had been renovated, and several law enforcement officers in black uniforms, leading arcanines, were guarding the side. He used Eye of Investigation to look. They were all superior-level arcanines. A group of people had gathered around, including students in school uniforms and trainers who looked quite old. It seemed this first batch of Secret Realm explorers was not just students. There were also trainers from society. There weren't many, about 60 or so. Soon, Lin Yu found the school's small group. Junior, over here. The senior's clear and beautiful voice rang out. Lin Yu gave a dry laugh. It seemed he was the last to arrive again. Even though he had been very early. Luo Xing, who was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, glanced at him. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he checked their equipment. However, in a chance eye contact with Qing Fei, Lin Yu could see terror. Before they could chat, the law enforcement officers guarding the entrance to the secret realm spoke up. Passage granted. Note, the drop location upon entering the secret realm is random in the peripheral area. There is a gym-level Gyarados in the central area, so everyone should act according to their ability. Everyone filed in, but they kept good order. Looking at the red gate in front of him, Lin Yu stepped in, and ripples like water appeared. Opening and closing his eyes. The sky had already changed. Entering the secret realm is random at the periphery, but the exit is at a unified location. Lin Yu had heard the senior explain this yesterday. The place he arrived at was a rocky area. There were scattered rocks everywhere. And below was a lush primeval jungle. This kind of primeval jungle was not like the one in the freshman training, which had preset routes. Weeds, vines, trees a dozen or even dozens of meters high, beedrills leaping between the forests, long-nosed monkeys, Mankey, everything was here. Lin Yu immediately summoned Charmeleon and Ralts. Suddenly, there was a sway beneath him. Looking down, the big rock he had been stepping on suddenly moved. It looked at him with a face full of indignation. Looking closely, this was no rock, it was a graveler, which had been having a good dream until it was interrupted by Lin Yu, who had just been teleported in. At the same time, its body began to use defense curl, and it was reflecting light. Roll out. The body curls up. Attacks the opponent for 5 consecutive turns, with the power increasing each time it hits. Although Charmeleon and Ralts had just come out, they were right by his side. But the problem was, this graveler was right under his feet. He immediately equipped himself with fairy wings. Then he took off. The poor graveler rolled in place for a long time. It couldn't hit him, and could only squint its eyes and look up, only to find a huge, flame-covered fist facing it. Awoo. In the end, Lin Yu just let Charmeleon scare it away. After all, it was he who had woken it from its sweet dream first. Let's go, Charmeleon, Ralts, we're going to find hidden treasures. What should you do when you come to a secret realm? Of course, it's to loot, find hidden treasures. Especially that Ho-Oh feather, which made Lin Yu very tempted. Especially later on. It even had the Will-O-Wisp trait, plus the fire of life force. Charizard's dragon flame went down. One side glowing with golden light, the other side like the eerie white flames from hell. Just imagine it. This scene made Lin Yu impatient. Awoo. Charmeleon also roared impatiently. It felt that it was just missing an opportunity now, an opportunity for a battle, and it could step into a new level. Entering the superior stage. Becoming stronger. Moreover, it felt that after entering this secret realm, the energy in its body was unusually active. This was also the advantage of a newly appeared secret realm. The energy concentration was unusually rich. Generally speaking, bringing more Pokemon to such a newly opened secret realm was very beneficial for the Pokemon. Perhaps this opportunity was in this secret realm. Aura exists with me. Lin Yu used his own aura power, and the energy spread outwards like ripples. In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to appear in his mind in 3D. It seemed that in a tree stump in the distance, there was a place where energy was particularly concentrated. It was about 10 meters or so in front. So Lin Yu changed direction and hacked towards there. The distance of 10 meters was reached quickly. On a tree stump, covered with green moss, there was a small hole in the middle, and there was a pool of clear water in the hole. Sub-profession expert, immediately let Lin Yu recognize what this was. Source of the forest. Quickly restores PP after consumption. Many PP recovery potions were formulated from hidden treasures produced in such secret realms. Although this thing was not very useful to Lin Yu, it could be sold for several thousand if sold. If it was processed into a potion, it could even flip 10 times or so. A good start. Sure enough, aura power could allow Lin Yu to have the ability to find hidden treasures. Mainly, it could also let Lin Yu know what the surrounding environment was like, thereby avoiding paths with many thorns. At this moment, this entire secret realm seemed to have become his treasure hunt field. Especially this kind of undeveloped secret realm, it was simply full of treasures, as long as you had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering them. Fortunately, the technology in this world was advanced. Space backpacks and the like had long been developed. Another source of the forest. Good, good, good. Essence of water. Good, good, good. Heart of wood. This is here too. All the way down, Lin Yu was smiling from ear to ear. In one morning, the consumable hidden treasures obtained were already worth millions. If it was processed a little more, I'm afraid it could flip a few more times. No wonder everyone was so yearning for secret realms. Many professional trainers were very yearning for secret realms. In fact, only Lin Yu could treat the secret realm as his own home. Only he had aura power, could explore the surrounding environment, and while obtaining hidden treasures, could also avoid wild Pokemon. Avoiding unnecessary disputes. Rest, take a rest, eat something. After putting a fairy flower into his backpack, Lin Yu satisfactorily let Charmeleon clear a wide space around him. Preparing to eat something first. Food supply station gain buff, flame enhancement. After gaining a buff, in order to save time, Lin Yu continued to explore forward without stopping. Intel by the stream. In the secret realm, by the lake. A small figure emerged from the bushes beside the lake. Next to the bushes, a stream less than a meter wide flowed into the lake. Then came a sound, seed, seed. It was a four-legged creature that looked like a toad, with an unopened seed on its back. Bulbasaur, oh, there's no helping it. You saw it too, the closer we get to the lake, the more concentrated the light water stones are. Goldeen needs them. Cha Wanwan tugged on Bulbasaur, and the latter trotted obediently behind her. She was the contestant Lin Yu had mentioned, the one who possessed a Bulbasaur with Lord tier potential. Cha Wanwan looked around cautiously. Especially after seeing the calm, flawless surface of the lake, she breathed a sigh of relief. This type of light water stone is AC rank secret treasure rich in water type energy. Placed in a water tank, it can effectively increase the growth rate of water type Pokemon. Cha Wanwan did not come from a wealthy family. But she was a person who dared to take risks. This Bulbasaur wasn't purchased from a Pokemon daycare, she had chanced upon it in the Green Maple secret realm. For her, this secret realm exploration was absolutely an opportunity. Although she knew the lake area was dangerous, she couldn't help but come here. Ha! Another one. She bent down and picked up a crystalline stone from where the stream met the lake, saying happily. Over there, Bulbasaur, having lived in the human world for so long, had forgotten the dangers of the wild and was playing water sport in the stream. But what Cha Wanwan didn't know was, several pairs of eyes were already fixed on this side. By the stream, Lin Yu looked at the stone in his hand in shock. Holy crap! An A-rank water stone. He had originally just seen many light water stones in this stream, so he thought he'd come and pick up a few. He hadn't expected to actually pick up an A-rank water stone. This luck is insane. If put on the market, it would be worth at least $1 million starting out. Ralts, how many have you picked up? Ralts tilde. Ralts used confusion to shakily pile up dozens of light water stones. Confusion is really convenient. Lin Yu sighed in appreciation. The faint sound of fighting suddenly caught Lin Yu's attention. After following the sound, Lin Yu saw the cause of the commotion. A few people were robbing a girl. This girl was actually a senior from the school team. Reasonably and morally, he should help. However, Lin Yu didn't rush up immediately. Instead, he first used Eye of Investigation to check the levels of the opponents. In an undeveloped secret realm, laws are non-existent. In other words, this is a lawless land. Regardless, he still needed to ensure his own safety first. Lin Yu quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Their Pokemon were not strong. A level 23 Gloom, a level 21 Pidgeotto, and the rest are just small fries around level 15 or 16. Charmeleon, I'll buff you with the invisibility entry. Rush out and take down that Gloom first. Ralts, after Charmeleon succeeds, take that opportunity to use Psychic Spike to attack that Pidgeotto, then drag it into the water. Are you okay with that? Ralts tilde, number problem, Lin Yu tilde. A woo. Piece of cake. Charmeleon also patted its chest, indicating no pressure at all. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Lin Yu certainly wouldn't give these thugs a chance to turn the tables. By the lake. Little girl, I advise you to take out the light water stones in your backpack. Not a chance. Goldeen, water gun. Cha Wanwan said anxiously. While collecting light water stones, she had accidentally been attacked by a Salandit. Although she eventually defeated the Salandit, Bulbasaur had been poisoned as a result. Theoretically, a poison-type Bulbasaur has a strong immunity to poison, but the Salandit had the corrosion ability. It can poison Steel-type and Poison-type Pokémon. And Goldeen had only just entered the normal stage, how could it possibly defeat these Pokémon? A graceful figure leapt over the stream, and a water gun with great impact power shot out from Goldeen's mouth. You don't know what's good for you. Gloom, Razor Leaf. Several green flying blades directly shredded the water gun. They flew toward the Goldeen in the air with a cutting force. Goldeen was in the air at this moment and had nowhere to push off from. It could only watch helplessly as the leaves slashed across its body, tearing off a large amount of scales. Come back, Goldeen. Cha Wanwan looked at the people, holding back tears. If you have the ability, go get them yourselves. What kind of skill is robbing others? Her hand was already on the flare gun. As soon as this flare was fired, rescue personnel would arrive within 3 minutes, which also meant her secret realm journey would end there. Don't let her fire the flare. Gloom, Vine, Charmeleon, Flamethrower. Before his command could be issued, a shout interrupted him. The next second, a torrent of fire as thick as a bucket suddenly erupted in front of Gloom. White entry, invisibility, makes the specified target, up to 10, invisible to others. Invisibility breaks when attacked or when launching an attack. Cooldown, 24 hours. This was a pretty good entry that Lin Yu had kept these past few days. Although it was only white, its effect was surprisingly good in this kind of wild environment. Gloom, which had just extended its vine whip, hadn't even realized what was happening before it was engulfed by the flames. And over there, the Pidgeotto flying in the air didn't know what had happened, only feeling a wave of dizziness in its mind. Its body fell uncontrollably toward the water surface. In a single encounter, 2 superior tier Pokémon directly lost their ability to battle. Their eyes swirled into spirals. In everyone's eyes, this Charmeleon and Ralts seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Lin Yu, Jr. Cha Wanwan looked toward the source of the voice and exclaimed in surprise. Then, she was shocked. The Pidgeotto and Gloom that had just been defeated were both superior tier Pokémon. How long had it been? Superior tier Pokémon were already something he could defeat with a casual strike. Who are you? The trainer with the Gloom exclaimed in terror, then saw the school uniform on Lin Yu. You're a student. Cut the crap. Now, take out all the secret treasures you've searched for in your space backpacks. Lin Yu immediately took control of the situation, revealing a friendly smile. The 2 biggest threats among the Pokémon had already been taken out, the remaining Pokémon were just weaklings. From this point on, the roles were reversed. Impossible, this is what we worked so hard to obtain. Half an hour later, watching the few robbers flee in a panic, their shirts stripped off, taking their Pokémon with them, Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction. Senior, come, let's split this up. Looking at the secret treasures all over the ground, Lin Yu sighed, no wonder they were so keen on robbery. Because this stuff makes money really fast. The secret treasures on the ground were worth at least hundreds of thousands. Ah, do I get some too? Cha Wanwan said in surprise. Finders keepers. Besides, since it was robbed, I have to drag you into the water with me. Lin Yu laughed, cracking a humorous joke. But his smile suddenly froze, the undercurrents in the lake behind him surged, and a giant dragon head emerged from the water. to prevent any accidents from occurring, after entering the secret realm. Luo Xing rode on Pidgeot's back and flew around the perimeter of the lake. What he feared was some brat ignoring warnings and coming near the lake. Sure enough, his expression darkened. Below, Cha Wanwan was picking up treasures so happily that she didn't even notice the Salandit behind her about to launch a sneak attack. It was Bulbasaur who reacted quickly, using its body to block the Salandit. During the series of events that followed, he almost couldn't resist going down to help several times. But the several reversals he witnessed piqued his interest. Especially when he saw Lin Yu counter-robbing those several people and even stripping them of their clothes, he chuckled merrily. This kid has my style from back in the day. At the same time, he felt surprised. Almost every time he saw Lin Yu, the boy brought him immense shock. A mid-level superior Gyarados, he shouldn't be able to beat it this time, right? Just as he thought the two would fire their flares, he noticed something. Lin Yu and Charmeleon were full of fighting spirit as they charged forward again. 2 against 1. Ralts and Charmeleon didn't show the slightest hint of fear against an opponent so much stronger than them, especially a Gyarados with the Intimidate ability. Safeguard. Fairy Wings. Fire Punch. Flamethrower. And Psybeam, Psychic Spike. The coordination between the two Pokémon was excellent. The poor Gyarados seemed to have become a mere training machine. Whether it was its Aqua Tail, Water Gun, or its final, impotent Hyper Beam, they were either blocked by Safeguard or predicted and dodged in advance by Charmeleon. It was already a species prone to rage. In the end, it was so infuriated that it swam into that narrow stream, only to be used as target practice. After losing its ability to battle, it was captured in a Pokeball. He watched the entire process, dumbfounded. Below. After the battle finished, Charmeleon reached level 21, successfully breaking through the ordinary period to reach the superior level. With the challenge against a higher level opponent and its prior accumulation, the breakthrough was a natural progression. It had to be said that this was a tough battle. Despite the guidance of Aura Power, Charmeleon's body had still been grazed by the initial Aqua Tail. There was a large bruise on its back. After the fight, Charmeleon was still panting a bit. Lin Yu quickly switched Combat Absorption for Forest Friend. In just 1 minute, Charmeleon and Ralts were back in front of Lin Yu, looking radiant and energetic again. Wow, Junior, you're so amazing. Stars were practically shining in Cha Wanwan's eyes. This Gyarados looked 5 or 6 meters long and was at least mid-level superior. She didn't expect her junior could actually win. This strength. It was too abnormal. It was like, even though they went to school together, no, she had actually started school a bit earlier than him. Yet he already had the qualifications for early admission. Senior Cha, let's help Bulbasaur with the poison first. Over there, the poisoned and unconscious Bulbasaur still hadn't come to its senses. After dividing the spoils, Lin Yu was in a great mood. Ah, what if I didn't bring any antidote? Cha Wanwan began to panic at this moment. Did they really have to use the flare? It's okay, I can make some. Lin Yu gave a small smile. As long as he had the raw materials, making a bottle of antidote was a walk in the park for him. As for the materials, Lin Yu had collected them in this secret realm and the previous green maple secret realm. Pecha berry, heat-clearing grass, decontamination flower. It was Lin Yu's first time making this kind of potion, so he worked very seriously. As for the material processor and berry blender, he had kept these preparation machines in his spatial backpack ever since the last assessment. So, very quickly, a bottle of antidote was produced. Junior, you're really too strong. Cha Wanwan watched Lin Yu's skilled techniques in disbelief. Then she looked at the clear, blended antidote. This quality was definitely in the top-tier category. His Pokemon training was so strong, and now he was a breeder too. She really couldn't believe how many things this junior was capable of. Alright, let Bulbasaur take it first. After handing over one portion of antidote, Lin Yu put the rest away. These antidotes, if put on the market, each portion could sell for several hundred, or even over 1,000 yuan. And Lin Yu had made 53 portions this time. Meanwhile, the raw materials would only sell for a few thousand yuan at most on the market. This was the massive profit margin of a breeder. That was why, after Lin Yu showed his breeder's certification, Yi Qingxie believed he had the ability to nurture Charmander. Cha Wanwan gave Lin Yu a grateful look, knowing now wasn't the time to be overly polite. She immediately gave the antidote to Bulbasaur. Seeing Bulbasaur slowly wake up with clear eyes, Cha Wanwan hugged it happily. The secret realm exploration time was only 1 day. So, Lin Yu hurriedly urged her to come and pick up light water stones. As for safety, that was left to Charmeleon in the sky. The light water stones near the lake contained high amounts of energy. The two of them picked them up with great joy. Although they searched around the lake and didn't find the so-called Ho-Oh's leftover feather. He didn't plan to keep looking for it. Ready-made treasures were right before his eyes, why not take them? This continued until the afternoon. Only when time was almost up did the two of them feel somewhat reluctant to leave. Their spatial backpacks were almost completely full. Thank you so much, Junior Lin Yu. Cha Wanwan didn't even know what to say anymore. It was a pity Lin Yu was already being pursued by so many people. Cha Wanwan's parents were ordinary textile workers at a Caterpie factory, with a monthly salary of only a few thousand. Compared to the costs of Pokemon battles, which often required treatment and breeding expenses, it was just a drop in the bucket. It could be said that this batch of light water stones could serve as her breeding funds for a long time to come. It's nothing. Lin Yu waved his hand. Charmeleon immediately landed beside him and affectionately rubbed against his hand. Charmeleon was now about 1.6 or 1.7 meters tall. It was very sturdy. It was hard to imagine how tall it would be after becoming a Charizard. Ralts had also grown quite a bit taller during this time, though it was still as delicate as a little girl. With aura power leading the way, Lin Yu hardly ran into any other Pokemon on the way back. Even if they did, they would just be one-shotted by Ralts. As for why he didn't let Charmeleon fight, Lin Yu was afraid of starting a massive fire in this primeval jungle. The exit of the secret realm was similar to the entrance, both being a red gate. Several law enforcement soldiers with Arcanine were guarding it. The two of them went out one after another, buying treasures found in the secret realm. We want both one-time use and permanent boost treasures. Official channels. A black van was setting up a stall. This was the Secret Treasure Bureau under the Pokemon League, specializing in secret treasure transactions. Many explorers were gathered around it. Quite a few people were already over there, selling the secret treasures they didn't need to the Secret Treasure Bureau. By watching the sales, one could roughly gauge how everyone had fared in the secret realm. Some were jubilant, while others remained silent. High-quality heat-clearing grass, removes scorching effects, 500 per piece. Pecha berry, average quality, 300 per piece. Moving closer, Lin Yu saw a few students from his own school. And Han Feng with members from his school. Alright, Lin Yu, let's compare. Shall we see whose secret treasures are more valuable? The crowd gathered around. Han Feng became interested. Although he had lost the battle, the competitive spirit between boys made him impatient to beat Lin Yu in this aspect. He was a man with the evergreen power. How could he lose? As soon as he entered the secret realm, he had his Butterfree seduce a local Butterfree, making it lead the way to places in the secret realm that held secret treasures. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other through conflict. Many people around clearly recognized the two of them, so they clamored for a contest. So Lin Yu said, then let's do it. There were even busybodies setting up bets. However, most people placed their bets on Han Feng's side. The accompanying teachers didn't stop them, instead watching the group of children make a fuss with tacit understanding. Ha ha ha, although this Lin Yu from 3rd middle school is strong, I don't think he can surpass Han Feng in terms of acquiring secret treasures. Han Feng is someone with the evergreen power, that sounds really awesome. Old Luo, who do you think will win? Standing on the sidelines, besides Luo Xing, there was also the coach of the 2nd middle school team. She was a woman who looked very intellectual, carrying the charm of a mature woman. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a casual white shirt that could barely contain her figure, and long, golden wavy hair. She was very beautiful. That goes without saying, it's definitely our school's Lin Yu. Luo Xing said without hesitation. What a joke, he had watched with his own eyes how many things Lin Yu had picked up. The two of them had once served in the same unit, only she had been non-combat personnel. Then shall we make a bet? The blonde woman's eyes lit up. Luo Xing did not show weakness. Bet on what? If our school's Han Feng wins, you treat me to a month of meals. If your school's Lin Yu wins, then I'll treat you to a month of meals. A trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. Luo Xing agreed without hesitation. Then you're definitely treating me to that month of meals. Oh. The blonde woman raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze to Lin Yu. She wanted to see how this student could give Luo Xing such great confidence. However, regardless of the outcome, it didn't matter. Over here, Lin Yu didn't know that his bet with Han Feng had unexpectedly fostered a romance. In the betting pool, it wasn't as if no one had bet on Lin Yu. For example, Cha Wanwan. She was practically giggling secretly. Only she knew exactly how many secret treasures Lin Yu had obtained on this trip. And for example, Yukina. Total value, around 800,000. The appraiser from the Secret Treasure Bureau, upon seeing Han Feng lay out all his secret treasures, estimated them and announced a price. This price immediately shocked everyone present. Some were still feeling smug about obtaining 20 or 30,000 in secret treasures on this trip. Then they looked over. Someone else could obtain 800,000 in secret treasures in a single trip. This amount made even the appraiser look at Han Feng with considerable shock. Lin Yu gave a disdainful smile. Is that it? Is that it? He started taking things out. The first item. A-rank water stone. That rich water-type energy was clearly just obtained in the secret realm. Everyone present was instantly rendered speechless. Another one-hit knockout. An A-rank water stone, if put on the market, as long as it's brand new, starts at 1 million. That's cheating. Han Feng was completely devastated. He had worked so hard to bring out a pile of secret treasures, only to be surpassed by a single secret treasure of his. Forest source, high quality, 5,000, 10,000, forget it, you finish taking yours out first. Watching Lin Yu take them out one bottle after another, the appraiser had already given up struggling. Not to mention the onlookers watching from the side. 348 pieces of light water source, adding up to 200,000, plus 3,340,000. After the final calculation, the number reached a terrifying 3,340,000. And this was on the premise that Lin Yu hadn't even taken some things out. This had already made the people around numb. In the end, the person who opened the betting pool was so devastated they were on the verge of tears. They lost all the secret treasures they had obtained in this secret realm and even had to pay out extra. Lin Yu returned in a great victory. He had become a millionaire. Luo Xing looked at the blonde woman provocatively. The latter helplessly leaned in close to him, almost face to face. Fine, you won. For the next month, I'll treat you to meals at my place. Great, great. He turned his gaze to the various students of Shuimu Third Middle School. The school also gave everyone the opportunity to capture a Pokemon during the exploration process. If you have captured a Pokemon, you can register it with the Pokemon League, or provide it to the school. The school will treat you fairly based on the Pokemon's strength. This is an opportunity that classmate Lin Yu and Yi Qingxie secured for us. God Yu is awesome. Comparing people is truly maddening, but the two of them, seriously, I'm crying. This qualification was obtained entirely because the two of them won first place in the high school league. I captured a Marowak, teacher, take a look. Soon, a student brought out the Pokemon they had captured. Luo Xing asked, a mid-stage common rank Marowak. Do you want to keep it yourself? No, teacher, I want to provide it to the school. The school will provide a compensation of no less than 50,000 to purchase it. The specifics will have to be discussed by the school. Me, teacher, I captured a muck. As soon as the muck came out, everyone immediately formed a vacuum circle around him. Everyone summoned the Pokemon they had captured in the secret realm, making students from other schools green with envy. At this moment, someone looked at Lin Yu and asked what Pokemon he had captured. What about God Yu? God Yu must have captured a Pokemon too, right? Although he felt very awkward about the title, God Yu. But Lin Yu had no intention of keeping this Gyarados. Mainly because its talent was only gym level, and it was extremely wild. It's not that gym level is bad. It's just that now that Ralts and Charmeleon were both elite level, this naturally raised Lin Yu's internal threshold. And it was also unruly. To tame it, it would probably take a long time. It would be better to do a favor and hand it over to the school. Everyone, move back a little. The Pokemon I captured is a bit big. Everyone made way, forming a circle with a diameter of about 10 meters. Move back some more. Lin Yu felt helpless and looked at Luo Xing again. Teacher, could you please summon Pidgeot? Otherwise, I'm afraid an accident might happen later. Luo Xing didn't waste words, he knew what Pokemon Lin Yu had captured. The imposing Pidgeot instantly appeared on the ground. Seeing so much preparation undoubtedly made everyone care even more about what Pokemon Lin Yu had captured. As Lin Yu took out the Pokeball, a blue Gyarados appeared on the scene. Everyone's gaze instantly went blank. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.